koers up en down gegaan. Good morning.
Welcome back. So, how did we enjoy the conference yesterday? We happy? Yay! All right, so I'm told we have a bunch of people today who weren't there yesterday. Can you please raise your hand if today's the first... Whoa, that's quite a lot of people.
The entire back row.
The entire back row, okay. So we'll go over a couple of extra slides that we went over yesterday, but we'll repeat those for the new people.
Okay, all right. So again, welcome everyone. So nice to see all of you. Some of the faces we recognized from yesterday, some new faces. We love that you join us at a conference because you want to learn things and you want to connect with one another. And when you do, and when you're in the hallways having conversations with each other, please make sure that you always leave room for other people to join the conversation. It's called the Pac-Man rule. So always leave a little gap for someone to join you in your conversation so you can make new friends.
All right, our program kind of looks like this. We'll start off with our keynote speaker, Marjolein, who's going to talk about Planet Earth as our stakeholder. Then in the rest of the morning, we'll have normal talks, regular talks. Regular talks, yeah. Half an hour talks, then we'll break for lunch at 12:30.
I'm trying, I really am.
Yeah, and after lunch we'll have Ignites. Those are 5-minute talks, 20 slides, all advancing slides. Every 15 seconds you get a new slide. A real challenge for speakers, but really, really fun. Please enjoy those. Stick around for those because they're great.
Also, surprise, there's 4 on the schedule, but we actually have 5, but there's a PR that is waiting to be merged. So April agreed to do a extra Ignite last night when we were at the hotel bar. So, you know.
In the afternoon we'll have open spaces. So if you're not familiar with open spaces, Floor and Nick will do an introduction in more detail in the afternoon. But if you see a talk this morning and you're like, well, I don't really have a question, but more of a comment, suggest an open space. That's something we can talk about. It's really the way to make the conference your own. You want to talk about maybe mental health, or you want to talk about compensation, you want to talk about maybe Kubernetes monitoring in multi-cloud, something, propose talk, and if there's enough people interested, we'll have a room for you to talk about it. And then stick around at the end of the conference, because I'll get to that in one of the next slides, but we have some cool prizes to raffle away. We'll do that at the closing, and then we'll have a few drinks, and then the conference is over. Oh.
It's not over in our hearts, though. So if you have any questions during the talk, you can scan this QR code that brings you to Slido. That's where you can record all your questions, and then we'll make sure to relay the questions to the speaker. So please make sure you scan this. We'll come back to this a couple of times, so don't worry if you didn't get it this time around. And when you're asking questions and when you're out there socializing with each other, please be mindful that we have a code of conduct for Devopsdays Eindhoven. We just want to make sure that this is a safe environment for everyone to feel included and that you feel like you can learn and connect with each other in a safe manner. So please be mindful of the code of conduct. You have actually agreed to the code of conduct by, planting your butts in these seats. So if you're not familiar, please review it on devopsdays.org/Eindhoven/conduct. We have 3 Code of Conduct team members. That's Jos and myself, and also Foy, who's sitting over there. Foy is the non-organizer Code of Conduct team member. So if you feel like we as organizers failed you at some point, please go to Foy.
All right, some household items. There's free Wi-Fi available at the conference center. That's that SSID. There's no password needed, just connect. We're on social media. We're on the I'm not going to say the new name, but the former Bird app. We're at Devopsdays EHV. But if you're going to tweet out, please use the hashtag Devopsdays. And finally, we have a YouTube stream going live on our Amsterdam channel. If you navigate to that URL or type in Devopsdays Eindhoven, you'll find the live stream. You can share that or watch that back later.
Exactly. I just tweeted about the live stream being on. I hope I was right. I think there's thumbs up. I was right. And I pinned it to the profile so you can always find it and share it with your friends and just random strangers on the internet too.
All right. Then can we get a big applause for our sponsors that make the conference possible? I especially want to call out our beer sponsor for yesterday and for the happy hour later today, Contrast Security. But also, of course, our gold sponsors, our silver sponsors, our community sponsor, Kubernetes Community Days Amsterdam, our bronze sponsors, everyone, thank you. Then we don't have, we don't have a slide for the raffle. So when you registered, you got this raffle card. So if you didn't, you can pick one up at registration. That's to win these lovely prizes. We've got a Back to the Future Lego set, that's our main prize. We got a Viking Village, and we've got the Lego Insect Collection. So what you do is you talk to our sponsors. In the sponsor area, you collect 7 stamps, and then turn your card in at registration to win one of these prizes. We'll give them away at 4:30, right?
I think so, yeah. And then some of our sponsors have a separate raffle going on as well. They will raffle out their prizes at the same time on this stage.
Yeah, so if you're at the sponsor area, don't just collect the stamp, but talk to the sponsor, because they might have some cool stuff to give away, but maybe also something interesting to talk about, a product you want to buy or a company you want to interact with.
Also just generally nice swag. I went shopping yesterday and I have my whole wardrobe for winter laid out for me. That's good.
Nice.
I want to do a quick thank you to all of our organizers and volunteers. The organizers are on the slide here. That's Jelmer, that's Jos, over there, Joep, Mona, Nick, I don't know if Nick is here. That's me. Then Tim, who is in the back with the AV peeps, Ivan and Daniel. So thank you very much, and thank you for all of the volunteers also helping out at the registration desk. All right, now that we got all of that out of the way, it's my great pleasure to introduce Marjolein to the stage. We're still discussing, items, and we're still cutting a couple of limited edition stickers, by the way. So if you want one of those stickers, I think you should talk to our keynote speaker. Do you want to join me on stage, or are you like, all right, excellent. Don't leave me hanging here. So Marjolein is a freelance Scrum Master from the Netherlands, loves to inspire other Agile enthusiasts by writing blogs and generally talking about the creative sessions that you host for your teams. Today, she would like to show us how the generational perspective can reshape the way that we look at our daily work and help us find strategies for making IT a more sustainable place. So
totally.
Let's take it away. Let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you. Thanks. Okay, thank you very much for having me. I just heard that there might be an issue with my laptop. So going to get that fixed now. We started 4 minutes early, but I hope... I was hoping I gained those 4 minutes for free, but...
No, I mean, sort of, kind of.
Yeah.
Promote your stickers.
Sorry?
Promote your stickers.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that is a great idea. So I have these stickers. Planet Earth has a stakeholder laptop sticker. So if you would like to have one, limited edition. So you can come up to me. I will be here until the break, I think. I won't be here for lunch. So if you would like a sticker, then come and get one. Yes. Hey, there it is. So thanks very much for having me. I would like to start today with a story, and this is a story about the 7 generations. And maybe you know this, but this is a story, a teaching actually, that is found within many indigenous cultures. And it is about the impact that we have as human beings on our surroundings and on our environment, and also on the generations to come. So it goes as follows. Every human being is 5 generations. We experience a generation of our grandparents. We experience the generation of our parents, our own generation, the generation of our children and of our grandchildren. So in a normal human life, you experience these 5 generations. So, but then there is also a 6th generation, and that is a generation of the people all the people that ever came before you. So this is your ancestry back to the beginning of time. And according to the indigenous cultures, we must be aware of that and we must respect them. And then there is also a 7th generation. And this 7th generation consists of all the people who are not here yet, who are yet to be born. So these are the generations that come after us until the end of time. Now, the Native Americans say we must make our decisions with the 7th generation in mind. And we must be aware of the impact that we have with our actions today on these generations. So this is about the children of our grandchildren, or the grandchildren of your own child. You know, so that is where the 7th generation starts. And today, I would like to explore with you what that means. What that means within our own circle of influence, within IT. So how can we, within IT, make sure that we care for the 7th generation by becoming climate aware and by reducing our IT carbon footprint? Because that helps the generations after us. Now, I am an ambassador of climate awareness in IT, and today we are going to talk about finding ways to a green future. I'm also a Scrum Master at Alliander at this moment, a freelance Scrum Master. And I started this journey about 1 year ago when I worked at a Rabobank, and I started this conversation with my teams because I was personally wondering, what is the carbon footprint of our applications? Because we had already solar panels on our roof. We had already bought a hybrid car. And I was feeling frustrated about the limited impact that we made with that. And then I was like, maybe we can do something at work. And then something started, and we started to do planet retrospectives, and it grew. And many other teams wanted to do it as well. So we investigated our carbon footprint and actively reduced it. And one team even reduced it by almost 45%. So pretty cool. So today I would like to inspire you to think big and also make it really practical. And we are going to do this first with a little exercise. And this is also an exercise about the 7 generations, because this story places us within a continuum of time, and it places us in a place that we feel the interdependency of the generations, right? But how do we expand our vision like that? And this is something that we can really practice. So the exercise that we're going to do today is about expanding our view in the long term. So getting a long-term vision. Because most of us are not used to looking very far ahead, right? And also most companies are not used to that. So I would like to ask you to stand up, please, and to couple up with your neighbor. So if you would please stand up and find a neighbor or somebody else that you can couple up with. Yeah. And then first decide who is person A and who is person B. Person A is the 7th generation and person B is the great-grandparent. So one of you is the great-grandparent of the other. Okay, so now I would like to ask you to look each other in the eyes for a moment and be silent. So please silence and look each other in the eyes and really imagine that this person is your great-grandparent or that this person is your great-grandchild. And the question is, and let this sink in, how does it feel to be a great-grandparent of this person? And what is there something that you wish, that you really wish for this person in the future? Okay, is there anything that comes up? Maybe is there somebody who would like to share? What do you wish for your great-grandchildren? Yes?
I wish that the world wasn't so complicated.
You wish that the world wasn't so complicated. Thank you. Yes? There in the back? Starship flying to Mars. Yeah, great. And then I saw another hand there. Yes?
I wish that the world still exists.
Sorry, you wish?
That the world still exists.
Yeah, you wish that the world will still exist. Thanks. Okay, thank you very much. You can be seated now. Now, I think it is really important to have a vision about what we wish for the generations to come, because that the world that we are living in is not a very positive at the moment. So we need to keep a vision in mind and the future that we want. So the planetary challenges that we face are of a magnitude and of a complexity that can easily make us feel overwhelmed. And focusing on these challenges can even become an obstacle in itself to start acting, because it can make us feel numb and make us feel that we can't make an impact. Now, I think these are pictures of like the last few months. New York covered in ashes of the Canadian wildfires, and floodings happened all over the world, and scientists delivering final warnings, and yeah, the heat is rising exponentially. So we must also keep in mind that these environmental issues have only become mainstream issues in the past 2 or 3 decades. And ever since then, people have been trying to act on this. And also with success. So there is also positive news. But the thing is that everything that you are doing, now there are a lot of renewable energy already, there's electric cars, there are things that already work. But we are still fighting against the current in this, and this is because our economic system is biased towards efficiency and towards growth, right? But it needs to become biased towards reducing our environmental impact. So, but the good news is that if we do something, we can have impact. So if we remember and envision the future that we want, we can step up our game and work for it. So, but how are we going to find ways to a green future? As I said, we have to see, to consider our own circle of influence. So let us have a look at a challenge. The challenge is to keep our climate safe and stable enough for life to thrive on Earth. Now we need to do this by cutting our carbon emissions. And this means that every team and every company needs to turn the lens on themselves and see how are we impacting the planet. According to scientists, we have until 2030 to drastically cut our carbon emissions. And I don't know if you are familiar with what actually the carbon does, because we can see carbon as a blanket around the Earth. And this is actually a natural process. This is to keep the heat, to keep the warmth of the sun on the Earth. But now, because we are pumping these huge amounts of carbon into the atmosphere, the heat just can't go away anymore. So we need to stop doing that, right? So, what does this all have to do with IT? Now, our data centers consume at this moment about 1 to 2% of global electricity. And including device production, this is up to about 4%. But the thing is that our footprint is growing. And by 2030, data centers could consume as much as 8% of global electricity usage, according to the Harvard Business Review. And by 2040 is expected to account for 14% of the world's carbon footprint. So this is a problem that we really need to tackle. Because this is the situation. We need to be climate neutral by 2050. And what I just said, in order to reach that goal, we must cut our carbon emissions by at least 55%, according to scientists, in 2030. So that gives us 6 years. Yeah, so that is something to consider. Now, but if you see, the trend is going up, but we need to go down, and that is quite a gap to bridge. So, as I said, as I mentioned before, our current model is based on economic growth. And this is not only economic growth, but we have also seen technical growth and growth in every sense of the word in this period of time. And this model has brought us many riches. And without this model, we would not have the technical capabilities and the wealth that we currently have. So it has brought us a lot. But at the same time, it has brought us on the brink of climate collapse. Now, some values that this model is based on is consumption, independence, but independence in the sense that it doesn't count with the things that we have impact on. Abundance, we have never had as much as abundance as we have in this period of time. And it's also defined by short-term thinking. And if we translate this to IT, we see that the value for the customer is our primary goal, right? So we want to deliver value for the customer, but we don't look at the environmental impact of the value that we bring. We have short hardware life cycles. We maximize performance. We have endless data storage, and we don't think about what this does for the environment. And the amount of waste, I don't know how it is in your company. What I have seen in my teams is that there was a lot of waste. And when my team started to investigate this, they were like, yeah, we have all these test environments running. We have idle servers running. We have redundant backups that we actually don't need. We save our log files and we store them forever. But that is not necessary. So they started to look through this other lens, and that helped them to clean up. Now, as I said, this period of economic growth has brought us a lot, but it has also brought us on the edge of climate collapse. So we need a new model. So we need to shift to a period of balance, to a period where it is not only about consumption, but about sustainability. And sustainability means taking care of the needs of all within our planetary boundaries. It is also about interdependence, about being aware of the impact that we have with the things that we do, and about balance and long-term thinking, what we just practiced. Now, if we translate this to IT, then you see that we can find ways to balance the value that we bring for the customer with the environmental impact. So we can start asking questions. Okay, so you want maximum performance, 99.99 performance uptime, but what does that bring? Do you really need that? Does the customer really need this? And at what cost for the environment? Not only at the cost money-wise, but environmentally wise. So we also need to build a sustainable tech culture. And what does that mean? That is also about asking these questions, about building green architecture, about a mindset of zero waste, where we build value, but with the planet in mind. So that we build value, but as carbon efficient as possible. Now, a way of embedding this in our tech culture is this ecosystem for sustainable Scrum. Now, the goal of this is to really embed a way of sustainable thinking into our companies and into our teams. So, if you look at this, we can, in our roles as developers, as product owners, as Scrum Masters, we can embed sustainable way of thinking in our roles. So as developers, how could you do that? You could add green practices and tooling to your development standards. As a product owner, you can include sustainability in your product vision. And as a Scrum Master, you can grow this culture of sustainability and help getting these goals and these visions and ambitions across. But as IT teams, we can't do this on our own. We need our companies, right? So that is what you see here on the outside. We need, from our IT management, we need guidance and we need principles on green architecture. We need them to provide us with green tooling. How cool would it be to have a tool that, that can investigate how carbon efficient your application is? We also need climate metrics. We need metrics on our carbon footprint. We need metrics on the value metrics on business sustainability. And of course, we need a vision from our companies. We need a vision, ambition, and a long-term goal for the 7th generation. So these are all models, but how do you actually get started with this? Now, what I learned at Rabobank is a few things. And one of that is to start identifying your low-hanging fruit. Because the first team that I did my planet retrospective with, this was just a brainstorm. We called it a planet retrospective. It was a brainstorm about what can we do to make our IT environment more carbon efficient. And it was really a far away from our bed show because we had never considered this before. But we discussed this and the team said, yeah, we have a lot of legacy components. If we decommission some of our legacy, we can easily reduce our footprint by maybe 10% or maybe more. And then they decided to take one first step, and that was to investigate their carbon footprint and to make an energy label for all their applications. So a really cool idea. But it was so big that they never got started. There were always other priorities on the backlog. And that taught me something to make it smaller, to define actions that are so small that you can pick them up in the coming sprint. So then with another team, they decided to first dismantle one environment that they no longer used. But they really did, it was small, but they did it. And they consistently kept sustainability in their way of working. And that is a team that already has reduced their footprint by 45% now. So make it small. How do you start? By just starting the conversation. You don't need to be an expert on sustainability to start a conversation. And also what really helped us was to add the planet as a stakeholder, literally. We added the planet as a stakeholder in our sprint reviews. So every time in the sprint review, the team would report on what they had done for the environment. So the stakeholders would also become aware of this and ask about it. So, yeah. It is asking about asking new questions. So what I also just already mentioned, what is the performance that we really need with our application? What is the availability that we really need? Do our applications need to be available at night times, in the weekends? Maybe we can switch them off. Do we need the redundancy that we have? Or do we maybe overdo it? And have you considered the waste in your own IT environment? So these are ways that you can start just by asking questions about this, by looking through the sustainability lens. And if you do that, you make your surroundings aware of this as well. So I really love this picture. Maybe you know it. It is about the first step that is really the hardest. So what do? Well, this is also what we learn in Agile. Break it into smaller steps. Make it as small as possible, but get started. It's important to have a plan. It's important to have a big goal and to have a plan, but it is even more important to get started. So break this into small chunks. And especially with a problem as climate change that is so big and that the magnitude of this can overwhelm us, always the solution is to find our own circle of influence and make it small. So, does anybody know this picture? This is Harry. This bird is hanging upside down. This is the guy in the team that is asking all the weird questions, right? He sees the new perspective, but the other people don't see it yet. The other birds are like, what the hell is this guy doing? Harry is always crazy, and they ignore him. Most of the birds, they just ignore him. They're like, oh, that's Harry again. And then there are two other birds, and they are curious. And they are intrigued by Harry, and they will be his early adapters. They will be the birds that will be hanging upside down as well, soon. And then the others will follow. Right? So I find this really, really inspiring picture and also funny. But I think let us all be Harrys, right? And become climate aware and have a positive impact on our teams and on the environment. And also on the 7th generation. So if you would like to continue with this, but you don't know how, you can always ask me to do a Planet Earth as a stakeholder workshop. I give these workshops where I help teams to get started with this. And here are some inspiration and resources that I used. So if you would like to know more about sustainable IT, I would really recommend this book, The Sustainable IT Playbook for Technology Leaders. This is a really great overview. It's quite a new book. It's the best book that I have found so far on this. There's not very much to be found yet on this topic, so please go get it. I also used the book The Good Ancestor, and that is not specifically about IT, but about long-term thinking, so very inspirational. Building a New Tomorrow, but also, these are not books, but websites. The Green Software Foundation, they have a lot of resources, and sustainableIT.org. So have a look at those websites. Then also, I have the agileplayground.com, Growing Green. There are some ideas that you can use on that, planet@stakeholder.com, and find me on LinkedIn, where I often share inspiration about this topic as well. And not to forget the stickers. I do have the stickers. So grab one if you like. Thank you very much. Yes.
You're not doing questions, right?
Oh, if there are some questions, if there's still time for that?
Yeah, we have some time.
Okay.
We can't do them all, but do we have a hall of shame for companies claiming sustainable but aren't at all when it comes to IT? Or a positive version, Hall of Fame?
Great idea. Let's make one. Yeah, let's do the Hall of Fame then. It's a bit more positive, right? But if I can add something, because I think we're talking about greenwashing here, right? The Hall of Shame. But I think also this is a transition period. So if companies do greenwashing and they say that they are sustainable but they are not, at least they know that they should do something about this. So they will grow into becoming really sustainable, is my hope.
Thank you. Do you have examples of metrics you use and or discuss with your teams?
Yeah, we used energy use metric. So, yeah, that was basically the metric that we use for climate impact.
All right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But if there are other ideas on how to do this and for good metrics, then please come over to me, because I would really like to discuss this and learn about this as well.
Next one is how do you get zero waste? Won't there always be some waste?
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
Right, I think we have time for one final one.
But it's a great goal, right? It's a big, hairy goal. Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
But oh yeah, and by the way, but if you get circular and if you use the sources of, for example, of your hardware, and maybe then we can close that cycle, right? And maybe there will also be some waste, but we can drastically reduce it.
That's interesting. Yeah,
I
maybe.
think.
We have time for one final question. How do you get... Stop voting. Okay, the top question is, can carbon neutrality align with economic growth, or is it fundamentally incompatible?
That is really philosophical question. Yeah. I would almost say, what do you think? What do you think? I don't know. There is this whole degrowth movement that says that you can't align carbon neutrality with economic growth. I'm not sure.
Well, it's the Harry, right? The bird.
Yeah, that's.
Some will start and find value, and then
let's find out. Let's find out.
All right. Thank you so much.
It was my pleasure. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
All right. Can I get our next two speakers, Sylvia and Jeremy, on stage? So, have you ever had a long week? You worked really, really hard, but none of your user stories are like done, or nothing can be merged. Sylvia and Jeremy are going to talk about how to increase developer productivity and happiness. They work together at TomTom, responsible for developer productivity. And TomTom is quite a large organization. 2,000 people are in my notes. So I'm looking forward to how you're going to bring developer productivity and happiness
Thank
to
you.
us.
Welcome, everybody. And we're going to set the stage. Yes. All right, ready to start. Welcome, everybody. Today we're going to talk about a topic that is close to our heart, but also part of our daily work, developer productivity and happiness. My name is Silvia, and I'm a product manager within developer experience at TomTom, and I'm here together with me to share our journey.
Yeah, and I'm Jeremy Hartley. I'm the former head of platform engineering at Miro, and before that, me and Sylvia worked together on developer productivity and developer experience at TomTom, which actually has 2,000 engineers, not 2,000 people, so it's even a bit bigger than that. So yeah, why are we talking about this topic, and what have we got to say today? As a software developer or DevOps engineer, your work can sometimes, or unfortunately quite often, feel like you're just pushing this big rock up the mountain every day, like Sisyphus, and that's what you do all day long, and then 5:30 comes around, you go home, you let the rock go, and it falls down to the bottom of the hill, and then the next day you start again. And if you're unlucky, you know, this can happen multiple times a day. You'll get interrupted by pointless meetings or other distractions, and by the end of the day, you don't really feel like you've got anything done or anything significant. And next slide, please. What you really want is at work to be able to get into a flow state, to be able to achieve meaningful things in meaningful increments. And by the end of the day, you want to have a sense that, you know, you more or less finished what you planned, or at least something that looks remotely like that. And having this kind of sense of satisfaction, next slide please, in our opinion is what leads to a good sense of happiness at work. And this is what we're going to talk about today. Let's start with an icebreaker.
Yeah, indeed. It's early in the morning, so let's break some ice, and I'll let the organizer do the magic to have this Slido code again. So we have some questions. We want to see what's the perception that you have on productivity. And the first question we want to ask you, if we can also see the questions, is what makes you productive at work, right? I'll give you some time, but let's be creative, and then we're going to share also what kind of answers we usually collect. Coffee, yes, I love that.
Yeah, that's short feedback loops, that's a great one. Focus, agency. Yeah, focus I think is definitely a key one. Results, nice.
I love this question because every time we ask it, we got different feedback. So it's so nice to see that there are
Clear goal, beer of course, after coffee though, or before coffee. Yeah, great answers though. Focus and coffee and results and short feedback loops seem to be the main ones.
nice colleagues, getting things done, gaining new insights. So yeah, you can see that already there are different dimensions. So still people are responding, that's good, meaning that we're all...
And I'm assuming Nix is Unix and not the Dutch for nothing. Okay. Shall we go to the next one?
Yeah, all right. So let's move to the next slide then, and the next question. Do you believe that there is a link between productivity and happiness?
All right, great. Well, I think we
All
can
right.
finish then today. We're done.
Done. Yeah, yes.
Yeah, and then finally, the question is, you know, what are some really bad ways to measure productivity? Yeah, lines of code is a classic one.
Hours worked is also a good one, because sometimes people think that that's a starting point.
Dora, space, that's interesting. Number of pull requests is kind of the new lines of code. Indeed. Amount of commits.
Velocity, I see also a popular one. Clicks, the amount of clicks, fine.
Yeah. Story points, indeed, is another one. It's kind of, again, the new lines of code, or it was the new lines of code about 8 years ago. And then people just started adding more and more story points to simple tasks. All right.
All right, great insights, thanks. And then if we, have the screen back.
Yeah.
All right, so what you see here is all the resources and references that inspired this talk and also our daily work. You might have come across the Excel book. Somebody mentioned it also in the questions. The space framework, we're going to talk more about it. But we also left here some books if you want to start by applying some behavioral changes in your team, or if you want to connect the topic of productivity with flow. We also left here some articles. We can deep dive more afterwards, or feel free to reach out if you want to know more. Now, those are the influences, but actually there are some elements that the book don't tell.
Yeah, I mean, with some exceptions, the books don't talk a lot about happiness, or it's, you know, it's one little paragraph somewhere, but obviously we think this is very important, and a lot of organizations think that, you know, if you can make your engineers happy, then they will be productive. You know, you give them nice food, you give them a nice work environment, you give them toys, outings, let them go to conferences like this, you know, they'll be happy, and then they'll reward the company by working hard. But we, and also modern research, really believes that this is really putting the horse before the cart, and that the causality or the direction of that relation is a little bit the other direction. So if people have at work what they need to be productive, you know, you're not constantly blocked by stupid things. You don't have 4 meetings spread out during the day and other constant interruptions, you know, and at the end of the day, you've managed to get some things done that you can feel satisfied and proud about. That is, in the long term, what's going to lead you to be satisfied with your job much more than, you know, high pay or free food or, you know, nice design at work. And the good thing about this is that happiness is a bit of a fickle thing. There must be 1,000 philosophers that have thought about how to make people happy, millions of books about this, whole religions. It's not that easy to influence, but it's a lot. Productivity is also not that easy to influence, but it's significantly easier than happiness. And when it comes to being productive, it's obviously important to have a baseline. And next slide, please. And if you can't measure something, it's very hard to improve it, as one of the great management consultants of the last century said. And this is why a lot of the work around developer productivity is based on the ability, or starts with the measuring productivity. But how do you do this? And what we've found as practitioners in this field, and also from speaking to other practitioners in this field, is a kind of a journey that a lot of people go on, and it's very similar to a classic Gartner hype curve. Kind of starts with realizing there's a problem, and then you get to this kind of peak of super high hopes, and then, you know, you get to this troughs of depression when it doesn't really work, and then eventually you get to like a more mature level where you're looking at things more pragmatically. And we're going to talk a little bit about this journey to try and save you a little bit of time if you start trying to implement this, or at least to make you realize what's happening when things go wrong.
Indeed, indeed. So how did our journey start? How could your journey start, or might have started already? You start realizing that you have a problem, or maybe it's a gut feeling. You can think of, you know, receiving some pressure from the business that you're not delivering value fast enough, or your customers are not happy, your manager is not happy, your management board is not happy, or maybe you're just curious and you want to explore the field. So you go on an adventure and you do start to look at the problem, to understand what challenges you have, and now you want to move forward. And you're actually so committed, you look at all the books available, you start implementing the framework, you read a lot of articles, and then you find your DORA religion. You start applying everything that you read into your daily work. You start looking at one metric to rule them all, because you're really passionate, you're really motivated to influence one metric so that you can improve productivity in your team, even in your company, in your organization, and you are all set to start. So you start thinking of the metrics, and let's assume that you want to apply some of the framework that already exists. So let's reiterate a little bit more on some literature. The Accelerate book, or also known as the DORA metrics in other research. So the Accelerate book highlights that there is a causal relationship between software delivery performance and and the success of an organization. So what this actually means is that if you manage to measure and improve those 4 metrics that you see here, so deployment frequency, how frequently does your team could release code to production? Is it multiple days per week, weekly, monthly? And how quickly you can deploy, you can merge. So for lead time for changes, it is measuring how long does it take to merge the code to master until it is actually running in production. And those are 2 indicators of the speed, the velocity of your code. And then 2 indicators about the stability. So change failure rate, what is the percentage of changes that failed and resulted in a rollback, in a bug, or in a service degradation, and mean time to restore. So how quickly you can restore a service when there's an incident or when a customer is reporting a bug. And you want to keep those 2 metrics as low as possible. So you start by identifying 1 metric, and that's what the Accelerated book was also recommending, to apply several ways to improve all of those metrics. But then the space framework came 3 years later during the pandemic, and it offered a new framework. So you actually have 5 new dimensions that describe some other contributing factors of productivity. So satisfaction and well-being, performance, activity, communication and collaboration, efficiency and flow. So those are other dimensions that might impact productivity. So you can read those frameworks, those articles, and start picking your metrics. You're all set. So you pick 1 metric, and then you pick the tool. Now those are, again, some of our experiences, some of the known tooling that are available on the DORA part, on the quantitative metrics on productivity. You have Linear B, Jellyfish, some of them that we are quoting on our experience. But you also have some qualitative insight that you can get on the perception of productivity, right? So some surveying that you can run in an organization, DX, Office Vibe as the one that we tested. And in case you're already using Slack in your company as a collaboration tool, do not underestimate that there are some modules related to productivity. But again, here, you're picking 1 metric, you're picking 1 tool, you're maybe building something in-house, but you are all set.
So, now you reach the exciting phase. You've picked your metric, you've got your tool. You know, you get the whole company in a room like this and get them all excited about this, you know, and then, you know, you tell everybody to stay focused and stick to the plan. You know, and maybe in the first month or 2, you start to see a few little light points, but maybe you're not quite seeing the results you wanted, but, you know, you tell people just stay focused, stick to the plan. At a certain point, you know, maybe one of your senior engineers starts doubting this approach, but, you know, you just ignore him, you know, tell him, we've got to stay focused, we've got to just keep doing this for a bit longer, you know, it's going to work. I've read the book. You know, and gradually, you know, people start dropping off 1 by 1, and at a certain point, you're the only person left that's kind of standing in front of this empty room, you know, saying, stay focused, stick to the plan, guys. And by this point, you've clearly entered the state of denial, but you've got so much of your own credibility hanging on this, you know, this has got to work, you know. Nicole Fosgren made it work. And next slide, please. At a certain point, even you accept, you know, this is not really working. And you hit rock bottom, you know, the party's over. And where do you go to from here, you know? You've invested so much in this, you know, you really truly believe this like a new convert. And, well, the only good thing about hitting rock bottom is that the only way is up. And over to Sylvia.
So indeed, what have we learned so far? How can you move forward? So as of now, at this point in your journey, you have learned that one size doesn't fit all. So you cannot apply 1 metric to the whole organization, to different teams, because there's no standard metric that could work for everybody. Then when picking the tool, you were really like into the metrics and the tool, but you never stopped by looking at the definition. And that's your realization moment, because you need to take a step back and discuss within your team what problem you want to address and how can you get started within your team. How can you build an inspection routine in your team and become accountable for those metrics that we were so ambitious to measure for the whole company? But let's start with our team. Let's drive that change. And that's where you see the light at the end of the tunnel, because everything becomes a little bit more clear. So you start by defining team-specific metrics, and you're all set. So that's where the journey arrives.
Yeah, so I'm just going to let you eyeball this journey again. Again, it's very much like a classic Gartner hype cycle. And next slide, please. So once you've come to this kind of realization that actually you need to look at things team by team and also situation by situation, because these change over time, finally you have to make teams accountable for and empowered to manage their own metrics, decide for themselves, this is what we want to improve on, this is how we're going to gather it. But where do you start? So Sylvia and I are going to look at 4 scenarios now where we look at different scenarios that teams could be in and metrics associated with that. So classic scenario is you need to bring a new feature or product to market. You need to learn quickly, think, adding generative AI to your product. You don't know what works and you need to test and learn quickly. Some signals that you might be on track is user engagement is going up, or alternatively that product management and design find it really easy to run A/B tests and they can run lots of them. Here some classic DORA metrics are really useful. Cycle time and deployment frequency tick the boxes because they're key indicators of how quickly and how cheaply can you make changes and get them in front of people, how quickly can you learn in this case. Scenario 2.
Another classic of the DORA metrics. So the use case is that your customers are unhappy with the quality and availability of your software. So you definitely need to do something within your team to improve quality. Some signals to look for are, receiving less complaints by the customer or seeing your uptime increasing. And again, here you can focus and tick the box on the DORA metrics for change fail rate and mean time to restore. Now, another interesting scenario, which is more deviating now into the space framework.
Yeah. So this one is more related to kind of team well-being and happiness. I mean, maybe you can raise a hand here who's been in a situation where half the team has left very quickly or gone on sick leave or, and it feels like things are just falling apart. I mean, I think this is something a lot of people can relate to. And here it's not about DORA. It's about, it's about team it's about keeping things together, It's about survival of the team and people's happiness. And, what you need to do is you need to raise those things instead of, focusing on, delivery criteria. So here, a good signal would be sickness is reduced or sense of achievement increases. And some things you can measure in this case is you can do weekly kind of team health checks, just click on one of these smileys on Friday afternoon, tell how things are going, or you can do more detailed employee engagement surveys, which are done less frequently. These are some things that, may be important for that team in that situation, and maybe 6 months later something else will be important, like scenario 4.
And last but not least, so in those 4 scenarios, we talk about efficiency, quality, happiness. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that definitely doesn't help productivity. But the last scenario is related to the performance of your software, right? And so imagine, I'll fix it later, but imagine you have successfully introduced a new feature in production, but the product manager is not happy about it. Of course, this is my favorite use case because we have introduced a feature in the landing page to increase the monthly subscription, but this is not actually happening. So some signals to look for are more like having the customers happy with our feature, or also increasing the subscription of our product, of course. So some metrics to look at are user adoption, customer satisfaction, or general NPS score, but also one metric from the SPACE framework related to performance, which is called investment balance. So challenge your team to measure and analyze the percentage of the time you're spending on new feature, bug fixes, infra work, legacy work, because that might change. So if you have some business goal or some target, some deadline that you want to meet, that might change and might trigger a conversation starter in your team, and that's where also the behavioral changes start. So that is one of the scenarios that you might end up with, where there are some metrics that could help. Now, those are, and of course it doesn't work anymore, but so we saw some scenario, we talk about productivity, but this is the money slide. So this is what we would like you to remember at the end of the presentation. To wrap it up, developer productivity has many dimensions, and it does need a balanced measurement, but there's no standard set of metrics that you can use to measure and improve productivity. So you need to start in your team, and you need to be empowered to set your own metrics and become accountable for this. So building an inspection routine and drive adoption and changes through that. Metrics, do not stick to one metrics, because metrics are situational and they can change over time. So if you improve something now, it doesn't mean that it needs to be a continuous improvement, or you might want to touch other areas. And last but not least, about the why. So why you should measure productivity, the most important reason is to find its link with happiness. We mentioned it at the beginning. We want to have happier developer, and then they will be more productive, or more productive developer will also be happier.
So let's wrap this up. There's an old Chinese proverb that says the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago, and the second best time is today. If you haven't started yet looking at productivity and also its link to happiness, today is a great time to start. We hope that this talk will provide you some tools and some insights on your journey today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was the end. And of course, if you want to stay in touch or ask any questions, we're here today, and you can also reach out to us on LinkedIn. Thank you so much.
Can you plug in while I do questions, is what I said. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you for your talk. We have a couple of questions, so let's dive in. Kira, you were faster than I was typing this question. How do you avoid people just giving happy smiley faces for the happiness check? I notice in some teams everybody is happy, but I see everyone is actually miserable.
Yeah, that's a great question, actually. And I mean, it's similar for a lot of qualitative tools where, you know, surveys asking how productive do you feel. I think if everybody is saying that they're happy, but, you know, clearly they're not, then there's probably a bigger problem, you know, and obviously you need management to be smart enough to see that and dig deeper. I mean, for me, that's a clear sign that, you know, there's not a culture of safety at work.
I can also add some comments here, because when building a survey for the team health checks or to measure happiness, there are a lot of open questions that you can ask. Do not only ask if you feel happy, but there are other factors that you can consider. How satisfied are you about the work you're doing? Or in terms of goal clarity, right? There are some indicators that can measure if you are, if you have enough clarity about the work that you need to do in the team, if you're excited about it. So if you address the question from other point of views, and each week you ask it, then you can correlate to see if there are other factors. And you can do it in-house by defining your own questions, but there are also a lot of open source tools that do this magic in asking the questions differently and not only with a smile. So happy to follow up.
Perfect. I'm going by highest score 2. What metric can I use to measure the effectiveness of my metrics? That's a meta one.
That's a good one.
I mean, ultimately, why are you doing this? I mean, are people happier? Are people more productive? Obviously, these are a little bit more intangible. That's why we use these types of proxy metrics to capture them. But my sense, at least, is it's usually clear if people are very unhappy. Mm-hmm. And it's usually clear if people are very unproductive, you know, and you might... So it's probably more of a sense or a feeling you've got to apply, but I mean, you've got to do the kind of smell test, you know. are the metrics just going like that and reality is going like that, then you have a big gap.
Yeah, and also another comment, because again, it might not be related to the effectiveness, but it's more on the accuracy, right? Do not spend too much in validating that your metric is measuring exactly the reality, right? Because if you have a good baseline, you can always reiterate. So the first step to make sure that it's effective is to see an actual improvement in the team and in the people, right? So I would focus more on the behavioral to see, as Jeremy mentioned, if there is an impact, if there is some improvements in the team behavior, or if they are more happy, if they are motivated. Take it from there, and there's always, the more you iterate, the more it will become more effective. That's a general tip, but of course it depends on how technical then the metrics needs to be.
Right, let's do one more. What to measure if your team has different customers, let's say 10 different. Just pick a number, great. Should you use metrics per customer or one general set of metrics?
Again, it depends on what you're trying to achieve. I mean, if you have 10 very happy customers, that's very different than if you have 10 very unhappy customers, or if you have some customers that love what you're doing. And it just, I'm sorry to answer, it just depends a lot on what problems you have.
Indeed. It depends also on the industry and what kind of company you are, what kind of product you are selling, right? Because if you are building one product and selling the same to different customers, maybe you can think of few metrics that would fit for all the customers, but it really depends on the use case. So I don't have a strong opinion or suggestion to make here, but happy to follow up.
Right, and they can find you in the break, right, to ask more questions. Let's give it up for Sylvia and Jeremy.
But great question overall. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, this way.
Thank you. Then it's my pleasure to introduce to the stage Cloud. Cloud is my colleague at Ivan. Unfortunately, not direct colleague, that would have been wonderful, but is working in our open source program office on Apache Cassandra and a whole bunch of other open source projects, Apache and otherwise.
Yes.
And we'll talk about cross-functional teams. I don't know about you, but so Ivan is a Finnish company, so joining a Finnish company as a very extroverted person was an interesting experience.
We can talk about that another time.
We can talk about that another time. That's what we're going with.
We were going to do that lightning talk, or whatever they call those.
Right.
Yes. But we're not doing that this time.
Okay.
Next time.
Right, next time. Well, please give Claude a round of applause and take it away.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about cultural relativism today, and using it as a prism for constructing cross-cultural communities. But I want to start by saying that the opinions expressed in this talk are mine. They don't necessarily reflect those that of my employer, the projects I work on, or indeed this conference. In the course of this talk, there may be images or phrases that offend. If there is such offense, it is from lack of knowledge on my part and is unintentional, and let me apologize for any of that now before we start. So, who am I? I'm Claude Warren. I'm a member of the Apache Foundation. Been the leader of several cross-cultural teams over the years. I am not the one in Wikipedia. That's my father. And if you look him up, you will find that he was a professor of anthropology, and you will find a link to my mother there as well, and you will find that she was an historian, and they actually met each other at Northwestern University, where they became immersed in the theory and practice of cultural relativism. So I grew up in a framework of cultural relativism. Now, my parents were students of a gentleman by the name of Melville Herskovits, who himself was a student of Franz Boas, who we will get to in a moment. But suffice it to say that my parents were cultural relativists, and you find me there at all those places. Anyway, so let's talk about culture. What is it? Well, it's learned behavior. This is you learn culture from your family, from your friends, your school, your city, your church, your province, your employer, conferences, anywhere that people gather, you build a culture. And then you get things like culture is not that you eat, but what you eat. And we have here a picture of a durian fruit. I don't know if anybody in this room has tried one. It comes from Southeast Asia. There are signs in the Singapore mass transit terminals that prohibit bringing this fruit into the station or onto the vehicles. It's an acquired taste. I couldn't acquire it. To me, from a Western culture, it smells like rotting flesh. So, but there are people who absolutely love that stuff. I can't tell you why. The other picture, obviously, is a cow. And, a lot of us in this room would look at that and say, oh, yeah, beef or milk and cheese or something like that. But if you're Hindu, that's a sacred animal, and none of those thoughts would occur to you. Okay? So let's look at some other culturally determined perception, perhaps. So it's not that you perceive time, but how you perceive it. So the Amara people in the Andes perceive time as being in front of them. The history is in front of them for about 7 generations. So if you talk to them, they will talk about 7 generations being in front of them, and then beyond that, it goes from left to right. But the future is behind them. Okay, so they face the past and not the future. And if you were to encourage them to move forward into the future, that would sound absolutely ridiculous. Just as it would say, if we say go forward into the past, it doesn't make any sense to us. Back to the Future, that's a great phrase, wonderful movie. But to the Amara, that's the way things are. That's their perception of time. Their back is to the future. So now that we have some kind of understanding of culture and some differences, let's look at cultural relativism. So cultural relativism is this idea that your beliefs and practices can only be understood from within the culture that produced them, the culture that surrounds them. Now this is different from moral relativism, which we're not going to talk about today. But I will say that in anthropology, cultural relativism is a means to get at tools to get outside of your culture, to understand your cultural biases and get outside of that so that you can try to understand other cultures in terms of how they think. When it comes to managing cross-cultural teams, cultural relativism is the prism through which we will detect or discover miscommunication and discuss interactions between members of the team from different cultures. Okay. Now, the first recording of the concept of cultural relativism comes from Herodotus, who was a Greek historian, and he's talking about Darius the Great, who's a Persian ruler. And Darius the Great inquired about funerary customs in the eastern and western fringes of his empire, and as you can see, it was a fairly vast empire for about 500 BCE. And on the eastern edge of that empire, the funerary customs was funerary cannibalism. And on the western edge, it was cremation. And when he told the people in those two separate places about the funerary customs of the other side, those populations were dismayed and abhorred the practices of the other. So this is the first recording of something that we can consider to be a cultural relativistic view of something. Right? That's Herodotus. Now it's Franz Boas, and I told you we'd get to him. There he is. He was professor of anthropology at Columbia University in 1899. And he had many students in anthropology who went on to found other research facilities in anthropology. He is considered the father of American anthropology. He first articulated the idea that civilization is not something that's absolute, but is relative. Now, he didn't coin the phrase, but his work established that idea as axiomatic. But coining the phrase fell to Alan Locke. Alan Locke is the first African-American Rhodes Scholar. He's a philosopher, educator, and he's reviewing Robert Lowy's book. And Robert Lowy is a student of Franz Boas, and In this review, Alan Locke talks about Robert Lowy's extreme cultural relativism. Now, this is something new, sort of somewhat new at the time, because before cultural relativism, you had cultural evolutionism, which was very popular in Victorian era. So Lowy's arguing that we should be using cultural relativism as opposed to this idea of evolution of culture. So that's the history of the cultural relativism. And then you want to know, why do we care? Well, we care because the tools that are developed by anthropologists and ethnographers are going to allow us to find the friction points between cultures in our cross-cultural teams. And that's important because friction points are going to lead to misunderstandings. And misunderstandings are going to cause cohesive breakdown within the team, where you get members begin to think that other members are working against them or trying to sabotage their efforts. It can cause a misunderstanding in work assignments, which means the wrong thing is getting produced. And it can cause like it says here, cause the wrong thing to be created or be produced. So let's look at a couple of examples of cultural relativism. Okay, so with the exception of people with color vision deficiencies, everybody perceives color in the same way. Light enters your eye, hits the cones and the rods, signals get sent to the brain, boom, color. All right. There are languages that have no word for the color green. Right? So those cultures, you say, go on green, it makes absolutely no sense. They don't have that concept. Instead, they're going to use the color, you tend to use the colors yellow or blue. Okay. In Irish, the name for a person, if you give a person, you call a person by color, it's the color of their hair. So, red somebody or, black, right? But a person of color is called a blue person. Don't know why, but they are. So if you translate the American expression Black Lives Matter and the American expression Blue Lives Matter, you get exactly the same sentence. So a differentiation that is so distinct in American culture and so important in American culture is completely lost if you translate it into Irish. Right? So some other examples. That guy's a bit annoying. Wait a minute. Okay. The thumbs up symbol, right? Yay, everything's good. It's great. In some cultures, that's a rude gesture, so be careful. In ancient Rome, it was, contrary to popular belief, the symbol for put the gladiator to death. In addition, in current usage in online forums, it has begun to have a new meaning. It's transitioning to be one of passive aggressiveness, a passive aggressive way to shut down a conversation. Thumbs up, everything's good, let's get on to the next topic. Now, about 13 years ago, I moved from the US, as you can probably hear, to Ireland, and I discovered that they were two countries separated by a common language. For example, the phrase just about. In Ireland, if you say, I just about caught the bus, it means that I almost missed it, but I managed to get on the bus, and I'm on the bus, I'm going. In the States, if you say, I just about caught the bus, it means I almost got on the bus, but I missed it, and it left without me. So they describe two different outcomes from the same event. Right? And finally, we have the nodding head. And, most of us would say, nod your head this way, this is yes, and this is no. There are cultures, in fact, I think it's Bulgaria, in Europe, that nodding your head up and down means no, and shaking your head from side to side means yes. And I heard one the other day about one that it's the same motion, and the difference is whether or not the eyes are open or closed. It's the difference between yes and no. Okay, so thumbs up gestures, some phrases, idioms will get you in trouble. Things you may not even realize are idioms, and physical gestures like nodding your head are all culturally defined, and we need to be aware of that when we're dealing with cross-cultural teams. Okay, so finally, there are words and phrases and symbols that are unacceptable in certain cultures. In fact, there are symbols that if I were to use them here would be considered a violation of the code of conduct and would probably derail this entire conversation. Yet these symbols and phrases are acceptable in other settings and in cultural settings. Now, what cultural relativism teaches us is that when you're in a multicultural setting, if you are confused or triggered by something that is said or done, a symbol, a gesture, a phrase, something like that, you should ask what it means. Don't just, you don't want to just assume that it's the same as it is in your culture. Right. So, Melville Hershkovitz, my parents' instructor, was a student, as I said, of Franz Boas. He said, judgments are based on experience, and experience is interpreted by each individual in terms of their own enculturation. So you have to be very careful when you're dealing with issues in cross-cultural situations. Okay, so let's look at an example here. Now, I have to state, first off, that I'm obviously from a Western culture, so I have a perception of Western Western ways of doing things. And the companies that I have worked for have all been Western companies or working in the Western tradition. So these examples come from that, and I am certain there are other ways to do this, and I would be really interested to hear any. But anyway, in this case, we're doing a transition. We're moving the development from one team, one culture to another. In the culture of the receiving team, you can't show failure. It's not allowed. It's a career-limiting move. And the other is that you don't disagree with someone who's perceived to be of a higher status or rank. So the issue here for us trying to do an agile development is that they don't want to do any work in public. They don't want anything to be seen until it's ready for production. Right? It's very hard to do code reviews if you're trying to do this. It's very hard to debug problems or assist in problems or even discover that you've got some kind of problem or miscommunication. So what we had to do was we had to figure out how to work around this problem or get around this problem. So what we did was we said that, first of all, what's the problem here? If you have a fear of failure, then you're not going to want to use the source code repository. You're going to avoid talking about issues. You're going to, have basically the issues noted here. If you don't talk about things, then there's an inability to disagree, right? Which means that it leads to development teams avoiding the conflict. So if you stay, development teams wouldn't say that a development date was unreasonable. They would just agree, or they wouldn't agree. They would just say nothing, which was interpreted as agreement. And then if management forgets about a local holiday, the team just thinks, well, that's management just wants us to work through the holiday. There was never a question that this was perhaps an error. So what we did was we made it safe to fail, and we exhibited failures in the original team. And we did that by pointing out, that nobody's going to look at the code in the code base unless you ask them to. So you're not going to look at the jobs that are failing, and you check code and it automatically builds. A failure, nobody's going to look unless you ask them to. If you want help, they're going to go look at it. We showed that developers nobody's allowed to change code on the main branch. Basically, no developer can change code on the main branch. All developers have to follow the same process. and exhibited all of that. The other thing, well, if I go back to the main branch for a minute, we pointed out that if a developer was able to change code on the main branch, then there was a bug in the system that was supposed to make sure they didn't do that, and they should be credited with finding a bug. So, okay, and we also, no code is going to be reviewed or discussed unless it's in the version control system. And this had the benefit of making sure that everything is in the version control system, so when those inevitable desktop, laptop crashes happened, we didn't lose stuff. Okay. We also made it safe to disagree. And this will be good for some of them. We introduced the concept of discussion in our daily stand-ups. Now, I know that this is an anathema for Agile purists, but as our new members came in, they began to see the conversations going on, and they began to open up, and they began to disagree, they began to ask questions, and they began to make much stronger contributions than they would have otherwise. And then we made sure that indelicate questions were not discouraged. And this is, I think, key to most of this, is that if you're in a cross-cultural team, it has to be safe to ask any question. And that question, when asked to you by somebody within your culture, could be extremely rude, but you have to remember where it's coming from, and you can back up and say, you know, in my culture, that's a really rude question to ask. We might ask it this way, or what are you trying to ask? What are you trying to find out? And get the conversation going, but don't just respond with, oh, God, that was terrible. You know, get out. We're going to get, you know, file a complaint. Make sure that those questions you're able to ask those questions. Because, in fact, you will end up asking indelicate questions, not realizing that that's what you've done. The end result here is that we built a culture around the project, right? And that project was, that culture said, this is how we do things. And not that your culture is wrong and my culture is right, but this is the culture of the project, and this is how the project does things. So let's all do it this way. Right? So, my second example, and this is a good one because it all happens with people from a Western culture, and on Slack, and I asked this question. I said, can I find the schedule of this conference that's coming up? I just need the daily start and end times. Can you tell me what it is, and, you know, when the door is open, things like that. And they said, oh, well, yeah, you can go to this website, look it up. And basically I said, I'm not registered, I can't see the schedule. I said, well, if you're not registered, why do you care? And a coworker of mine said, wow, that was really rude. I thought about it, and I said, you know, I've known these guys a long time. The conference is coming up. They're under a lot of stress. They're trying to get through who knows how many things on their schedule in the day. Just get those questions answered, get them out the door, make sure that everybody's got the data they need. So for me, there are people that I've worked with. I know that this is happening, and it would just take too long to say, I don't see why anyone not attending would be interested in start and end times. Can you elaborate on why you want to know? It just, to me, it wasn't rude, but to my coworker, it was. And I think once I explained that this is what was happening, I think that they understood that it really wasn't rude. It was just a shorthand. So let's look at how to succeed. Define the culture of the project in words, not in words, but also in actions. So you can have inclusivity and sensitivity training, and training will tell you what to do, but it's the practice, it's the execution of that training that builds the culture. All right? You should consider cultural differences when you're looking at things like, you know, the discussions that are going on, the planning documents that you're writing, the use case definitions, any of your documentation. You need to consider, you know, are you crossing cultural boundaries, and are there things you have to worry about in terms of misinterpretation? Make it safe to disagree. Make it safe to ask questions. The disagreements can surface cultural differences, and then they can be addressed. And you have to make it safe so that there are no off-limit topics. And finally, make it psychologically safe to fail. Failure can be the result of a misunderstanding that didn't rise to a level of disagreement. So you need to explore both disagreements and failures as the result of possible friction between cultures. So you need to practice exhibit the culture of the project. So practice what you say you're going to do. Management has to lead by example. If you're saying we're doing everything in the open, you can't have executive washrooms. You can't hide things away. Management failure needs to be done in the public view as well. Now that means, if you have personnel items or other things that are legally encumbered, yeah, absolutely, they need to stay private. But everything else that management is doing really needs to be out here in the public so that the developers can understand where we're going. There are no hidden conversations. Finally, you want to treat everyone, every objection, every suggestion, and every point of view with respect. You don't have to agree with them, but you do need to treat them with respect. You assume that everyone who is working on the project is working towards success, and never attribute to malice what can be explained by ignorance or cultural differences. So, in closing, when we're connected to others, we become better people. And the art of cross-cultural management resolves to this one point: be a better person. So now, if I've offended anyone with an image, word, or phrase during this talk, please accept my apology and understand that it was unintentional. But also, please let me know so that I can adjust my approach in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you take some questions, Claude?
Oh, I'll try.
Right. Start with my own. You recently moved to Best, which is kind of close to here. What was the biggest cultural shock that you encountered so far? We're not talking about red milk.
I was about to answer red milk.
Okay, so for the Dutch people, Claude tried to pour caramel over his cereal, which is an interesting experience.
Yeah, it was good.
But I heard that's not what you do, right? Because now you.
Yeah, it was like, well, I would put yogurt on the cereal often anyway, and it's basically just the same flavor when you get down to it. So.
Right, excellent.
Fine.
Let's get to the audience question. So someone's asking, do you know the culture map? How useful do you consider it when setting up international teams?
I have seen culture maps. I don't have an answer for that because I don't think I've ever really worked with the culture maps. I think what's really important is to decide how you're going to run your project. Are you going to be open and all of that, and then make it so that people can explain what it is that they think you've said. If you work at that layer between the customer and the development team, there's often somebody in the middle who translates the business requirements to the technical requirements. You kind of have to do that between people of different cultures within a team. You want to make sure you get all the translations correct. So that's, I suppose, how I would answer that.
Right.
All right.
Then maybe when you bridge the gap between two cultures, would you say a new microculture has been created, or is the change on a more fundamental level?
I think my personal thought is that when you get people together in a place, that a culture arises from that. So if you bring people from two different cultures together and you manage to bridge that gap and you get them working together, then you've got a third culture that is some combination of the two.
Right, this one is nice, I think, for this conference. Where did you go? The voting thing is really a thing. All right, do you think these rules and observations also apply to developers and infrastructure people disagreeing about technicalities?
Wow. Well, I suppose you could argue that developers and infrastructure have two different cultures. They're kind of close, I think, in some ways. They might. I think you can apply the same approaches to getting around to understanding what the differences are and what the problems are. There's a problem in communication, or just a difference in opinion, which is different.
Right. How do you respond to team members who are not open to adapting themselves? Yeah.
You know, I think the only thing you can do is say, look, this is how we as a team have decided we want to work, and it's not really. I don't think you can come in and impose a culture on the team. You have to get the team to work together, to understand and develop the culture that they want to work in, to really have a nice, well-running, productive team. So first off, I don't think you're laying any rules, except perhaps things like, no question is off limits, something like that. And I suppose if the person is going to get upset by questions and things like that, then you've got a problem that you're going to have to solve outside of the realm of what the culture is. This is, what do you do if you tell somebody to do some work and they don't do it? This is sort of the same kind of problem. You have however you deal with that, I suppose. Fire them. No.
That escalated quickly. This
American
one, I think. So you did this talk at FOSDEM, or an earlier version of this talk at FOSDEM, and I think there was a very similar question, right? Where how would you address cultures which respond to a need for, that respond to blame and hierarchy, for instance?
A lot of the cultures that I've dealt with have that built in. And I don't know I don't know that we actually addressed that head on. It became, this is the way that it actually became, in terms of management, a lot of times, this is the way this team is working, and this is how we work, this is how we function, and if you want somebody to blame the team or blame the management of that team. I guess there's a boundary around this culture of the team, and it's at that boundary you're going to run into the problems like this, and whoever's sitting at the boundary is going to be the one in the hot seat. So.
Right. We do one more quick question and then we break. How would you de-escalate a misunderstanding that is caused by cultural differences?
I think start by making it clear to everybody who's involved that there's a problem with this misunderstanding in a cultural difference, that people have understood the situation differently, and just get people to talk about, well, how did you experience this? What is this like for you? And what is it like for you? And get that conversation going. And if it starts to get riled up, you have to stop and say, okay, now look, we're here. We're going to be calm and cool and collected and talk about this. You can fight about it later if you want, but in this room at this moment, this is how we're going to deal with this problem. This is how we're going to address it. And get people to talk. And I think once you get people to talk and understand that, it's a difference of perception, then they're going to come to an agreement. I don't think people necessarily want to be angry at each other all the time, despite what some social media would have us believe.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. And thank you all for sending so many questions. It was wonderful. Thanks. Let's do one more round of applause for Claude and then break for.
Thanks.
See you back here at 11.
Testing. Yay, there we go. All right. Welcome back from the break. I hope you enjoyed our local delicacy, the possenbollen. Next up, we have Lena Thompson. And you can come up ready. And so Lena has over 15 years of experience in the corporate arena in consulting. And in 2019, you quit your job to pursue your passion in life, which I'm kind of jealous about, but because you actually succeeded, and you're now, according to my notes, an award-winning entrepreneur and international speaker, and you even got a publishing award for your latest book. Very cool. So I'm looking very much forward to learn about new age of reality, how to use your imagination to smash your goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Clicker would be helpful. Everything that has ever been achieved started in someone's imagination as a thought, an idea, or a concept. Wright brothers used their imagination to launch a first powered airplane in 1903, and Nikola Tesla visualized his work in such great detail that by the time it came putting it into practice, he saved himself a lot of time, effort, and energy. But the thing is, in order to turn our goals and our thoughts into a tangible physical reality, imagining alone just isn't enough. And that's why I believe that imagination gets a bad rap, or not really used as commonly as it should be, because without knowing how to access those ideas and thoughts and do something with them, they will forever remain a fantasy and unfulfilled dreams. But when we know how to apply it effectively, it can change our entire lives. So today, I'm going to be sharing with you 3 pillars of successful goal setting and achieving model to help you bring your goals into physical reality with more ease and less resistance. So we're going to be looking at energy, how that impacts our goals, imagination, and decisions. Energy. Energy is at the core of everything. Energy is our highest currency, and it directly impacts our ability to achieve our goals. And everything in our lives either drains our energy or takes it away from us, or it adds to our energy. So in other words, you really have to become aware of people, of places, of our daily routines and habits and actions, and pay attention to what is it that takes away our energy and what energizes us. And that begins by getting into alignment with our energetic blueprint that shows us how genetically we are wired to optimize our energy and exchange it with the world around us. We are all unique, not just on a physical, chemical, biological level, but also energetically too. And each and every one of us has come into this planet. We were born with our own energetic blueprint that shows us how our energy flows, what our unique productivity looks like, and how we are wired to set and achieve our goals. So this energetic blueprint is presented to us via our energy type. And energy type is a foundation of a scientific platform called human design. I'm curious here, has anyone heard of human design before? Amazing. So for those of you who haven't come across human design, you might have experienced platforms like Myers-Briggs, DISC, StrengthsFinder. And human design builds on that and introduces an energetic component to it. And as such, it has a potential to transform how we work and how we live our lives, because it shows us the mechanics of how we are wired to operate and where our true potentials lie. So there are 5 energy types, and in this room, we're going to have a mix of 5, or at least 4. One of them is really rare, which is a generator, manifesting generator, projector, reflector, and manifester. And every type, they have their own set of strengths and skills, and the way they are designed to stay productive and energized and even set and achieve goals is different to each of the types. Let's have a look at what they are. So manifestors are people with tremendous energy to start things. They're here to initiate, to impact, to be the ones who actually start many things, projects, conversations, engagements. But the interesting thing about them is even though they have a tremendous energy to impact and start, they often don't have the energy to finish what they started. And they need support from other people, because without that support, they can often be seen as people who start but don't finish things. Anyone knows people like that? So when it comes to goal settings, the advice for manifestors to dream those big, bold goals and then talk about them, write about them, post about them, because wherever our attention goes, our energy flows, and our energy directly impacts our ability to achieve our goals. The next two types are the generators and manifesting generators. As you can see, there are a majority of people in this world. And these people are the only two types who have a consistent supply of energy. So they don't need to inform others, they don't even need to rest through the day. And the way they stay energized is by doing things that they feel lit up by, that inspire them, that motivate them. And the more excited and passionate they feel about what they do, the more energy they have. So when it comes to goal setting, the advice for the generators and manifesting generators to always focus on how their goals make them feel instead of attaching their goals to meet expectations of other people. Then are the projectors. So projectors, they don't have that stable energy, consistent energy like generators, and trying to keep up with majority of people in the world can actually slow them down and potentially even burn them out. Their energy comes in bursts. And one of the unique gifts is to be able to see and unlock potential in other people, potentials that people don't even see within themselves. And that's why it makes them great leaders and guides and CEOs, and the energy best flows when they work in small groups or one-on-one. So when it comes to goal setting, the advice for projectors is to focus on quality over quantity. And when one bit is done, to check with themselves, do I have the energy for the next step? And if not, then just go relax a bit, go maybe for a walk, go meditate, go for a run, whatever it is. Because a well-rested, energized projector, they are the most efficient out of all fives, even more than generators who like Duracell bunnies. And the last but not least are reflectors. Reflectors, they're like our mirrors. They literally reflect to us who we are being. They show us how well things are going or not so well. And for them to thrive, environment is the key. So when it comes to setting goals, the advice for reflectors is always to focus on the environment. How does it make them feel? It needs to be feeling nurtured, supportive environment. And another advice for reflectors is to focus on the goals, just for generators, how they make them feel, instead of comparing to what others are doing. You know, I often say that setting goals is easy, but achieving them is a lot harder. And either because of the challenges or obstacles that come on our way, or because we push with the willpower, which is a limited resource, or because we measure our goals by the time, our productivity, right? Time is a measure, how we measure productivity, but time is also a very finite, limited resource. But when we know how to use our energy, we can then start restoring and renewing, so we can tap into our energy and literally our productivity skyrockets. And earlier this year, I'm a generator, by the way. So earlier this year, guys, I was full-time employee. I was contracting to Morgan Stanley. I've got 2 businesses, and I've got 2 kids, and I still remember to even feed them. And every day, at least, I will take 3 hours for myself to meditate, to journal, to work out, which is my non-negotiable. And, you know, my productivity skyrocketed just by changing the way I use my energy. And that's why I love human design, because it then helps us to start building routines that work for us. So if you're a generator, focusing on the thing that inspires and excites you the most to raise your energy in the morning will set you up for the rest of the day. If you're a projector, putting these little pauses of break and rest throughout the day. If you're a manifestor, then getting support of other people so they can help you to finish all of the things that you've started. And then if you reflect, and then focusing on correct environments. And when we truly understand how unique we are, we can stop comparing ourselves to others, right? Because remember, wherever our attention goes, our energy flows. So where does your attention go to during the day? Imagination. This is the second pillar. To achieve our goals and to exceed our expectations, we have to step outside our current circumstances and imagine what is it that you want to achieve. And some of the world's greatest minds have attributed their success to imagination. You might have heard of this guy, Albert Einstein, who says logic will take you from A to B, while imagination will take you everywhere. So how exactly does imagination help us to smash our goals? Well, numerous studies have already shown that imagination increases our creativity, and we know that creativity increases innovation and growth. It helps us to break through that mental clutter and noise and shifts our minds to see things from a different perspective. And as such, it enhances our problem-solving abilities. And one of the biggest reasons why many people don't achieve those life goals, so these big dreams and visions, or why they settle for something less, is because of their self-limiting beliefs which live in our subconscious minds. And many of them stem from our childhood. So imagination helps us to see, to break through those limiting beliefs and see things outside the box that we only create for ourselves. So now I'm extremely excited to take you through this imagination process. And it's going to be a 3-minute hands-on exercise, because one thing you're sitting here listening to me, but another thing you're actually putting that practice, or rather this information into practice. So guys, if you don't have a pen and paper, please can you lift up your hands, and these guys will kindly lift it, give it to you. But while this is happening, I want to share with you my little personal story. 2 years ago, when I've learned this process, and usually this process takes about an hour. We're only going to have 3 minutes, but I promise you this 3 minutes is going to make an impact. When I did it 2 years ago, I've summarized this process into 11 bullet points. And the first bullet point was that I wanted to speak at international events. I really was desperate to leave UK. I wanted to speak at a live event. And the second bullet point was I wanted to see my family who live in Ukraine and Germany. At that stage, I had no speaking experience, and shortly the war broke out between Russia and Ukraine. But every day, or as often as I remembered, I tried connecting to my vision, to write about it, to meditate, just to even think about it. And last year, July, I was invited to speak at Employee of the Future events in Berlin. And just before I went there, I rang my dad and I asked him if he can leave Ukraine to go to Germany. So the day after the event, I took a train from Berlin to Frankfurt, where my cousin is. And when I walked into a house, my aunt was there, who managed to get out of Ukraine by that time. And my dad arrived on the last train, the last ticket he managed to get for the train. And you know what? Every single thing that I wrote on that vision board 2 years ago, all 11 bullet points have happened for me in my life, but not a single one of them happened in the way my mind thought it should be. So that's why I'm just so passionate sharing with you this process, because honestly, I believe that if you practice this, it will change your entire lives. So the way it's going to work, I think almost everybody should have pen and paper. Almost. No, it's cool. I'm just going to talk through the instructions. You're going to focus on one area of your life. It can be career, relationship, doesn't really matter, whatever it is. And then ask yourself this question: if anything was possible and I could not fail, what would I love to achieve? And then you're going to write for 2 minutes, right? And when you write, just let's say it's a house. Don't say, when I save money and I go give a deposit. No, you are already in this dream. You're already living it. It's your reality. So I want you to really tap into that feeling. What would happen if you already achieved it? And you're going to write it for 2 minutes. And then for the last minutes, ask yourself, what would be even better than this? Like, what would blow my mind? And just allow yourself to go big, because what we're doing is we're creating a vision beyond the vision. We're literally expanding your awareness, your logical mind. Yeah, so that's 3 minutes. Any questions before we get started? Is everyone good with what we need to do? Okay. Guys, can we get there? Oh, hold on, there's a question.
So you need to write continuously?
Well, you can, if something stops, just connect to get out of your head, connect to your heart and say, what else? What else? It's only 2 minutes. I'm sure you can summon something up. Yeah, and then for the last minute, go even beyond that. Like what would be like absolutely amazing? Okay, I think we're good. All right, can we have 3 minutes music, please? And maybe like dim the light slightly, if everybody can see. Thank you. Nothing is a limit, nothing is keeping you back, anything is possible. All right, guys, 3 minutes is up. Thank you very much for obliging with this exercise. I would love to hear from 1 or 2, 3 of you, how did you feel when you were writing it? Anyone? Any emotion, any feeling?
I just want to say that when the music started, it made a difference. It changed my way of thinking.
Like more relaxed? Or
No, feeling differently.
differently? Different is always good. Different is good. Anyone else want to share? Quick one. Were you anxious, stressed? Yeah?
I don't think any of this is realistic to achieve for me.
Well, that's only your self-limiting belief, and that's where you've got to go and check with yourself, where's this belief coming from? And I mean, that goes to the inner child, which I just don't have time to do right now. We can't spend a whole day on that. But the thing is, guys, where I was leading with this is we often get stuck in our heads, trying to figure out all of the hows, whens, whys, shoulds, and shouldn'ts. And when that happens, that lowers our energy. And everything responds to our energy. So whenever you feel yourself anxious, whenever you feel stuck in a hows and whens, connect with the feeling. How would it feel if I was already living this dream? And that will increase your energy instantly. I promise you, if you keep on practicing, your lives will change. Right, the last pillar we're going to talk about is decisions. Now, we've planted the seeds into our imagination. We started watering them. But the thing is, nothing in our lives will change until we make decisions and we actually act on them. And really, we need to start re-reviewing how we make decisions, because most of the time we make decisions with our logical, analytical minds. And while there's nothing wrong with it, our logic can only take us that far. If we're going to cap out, we can't go beyond it. And that's why, especially when it comes to achieving those bold, big visions and goals, we need to go beyond. We need to stop tapping into our subconscious minds. And intuition is the roadmap into our subconscious minds. Our subconscious mind stores all of the data, information, everything we witnessed, we've heard of since the time we were born. In addition to that, research has also shown that our subconscious mind processes information 27,000 times faster, which is why it helps us to make decisions faster, especially in a complex and unpredictable circumstances. Often, it acts as a voice of caution. You know that little voice you have within that goes, "Don't do that," or "Take a chance." Well, when you trust that voice more, you will save yourself tons of time and energy and efforts. And of course, it helps us to read people. So how do we practice our intuition? We mistakenly believe that slowing down means being unproductive and lazy, but the opposite is true. Because when we physically slow down, energetically, we speed up. And remember, energy is our highest currency, and it directly impacts our ability to achieve our goals. We then need to ask our intuition a question and listen. And when answers come, we've got to have the guts to act on it, no matter how unlogical or unreasonable they seem to your logical mind. And I quickly want to share with you a story. I was recently involved in this project with a large organization, and Tim and I were circling around the same problem for a week and a half. And finally I went like, I help people to make decisions for a living. I teach intuition. Let me practice what I preach. So I sat on a couch, I put my blindfolds on, and I literally said, "Universe, there must be at least one answer to this problem." And the answer came immediately: go for a walk. Like, okay, well, intuition, the thing is, it's not a very logical way of talking to you. And it was raining, and I snapped both of my knees doing yoga, so I was in a lot of pain. I really didn't want to go for a walk, but I went. I got to the canal 5 minutes later, and 3 answers came to me. And the way I knew the right answers is by the way my body felt. There was just so much excitement and expansion. So I went home, I called my team, and I'm like, "Guys, this is what you've got to do." And they were like, "How did you figure that out?" And I told them, I sat on a couch, I went for a walk, and that was it. I mean, they were quite used to my very unconventional ways of working. So what I'm sharing with you is 1.5 weeks with no answers, and half an hour we had 3 ways to go forward. And all it takes is a little bit of willingness to slow down, to listen, and obviously trust. And the last bit I'm going to mention here is the human design authority. So we briefly spoke how human design helps us to optimize our energy. In addition to it, human design introduces us to our inner authority, showing us how genetically we are wired to make decisions that are correct for us. Because intuition is not always in the gut, and it's not always an instinct. We experience it differently. So there are 7 human design authorities. I'm just briefly going to introduce you to 3. The first one, the pink one, is called Trust Your Gut, the sacral authority. That's my authority. And people with this authority, they're actually wired to make spontaneous decisions depending on that feeling in the gut. It will feel either as an expansion or it contracts. The second one, called mental authority. So people with this authority, they need a sounding board. They can come to you and ask you for your opinion and advice, but at the end of the day, they're not really interested in what you've got to tell them. They find clarity through their voice. That's how they know the next right step for them. And the last one is called an emotional authority, which is over 50% of people will have. And people with this authority are not really meant to make spontaneous decisions because their body goes through a chemical process, they ride an emotional wave. And making decisions at the height of the wave, either not going to be the best decision, or something even better would have happened if they just waited. So advice for them is not to rush into making spontaneous decisions. So I know I'm running slightly over time. Let's just wrap this up. 3 pillars of a successful goal setting and achieving model are energy. Energy is the highest currency, and it directly impacts our ability to achieve our goals. Imagination is what happens to helps us to get out of our logical, analytical minds and shift our perspective and see things from a different angle. And decisions, by connecting to our intuition and listening and acting in it, we can save ourselves a lot of time and energy and effort. So I'm going to leave you with the last slide and a reminder to say that to achieve our goals, and I'm talking about big, bold goals, we often don't even have to change what we do, but almost always we have to change who we are. And the interesting thing is when we change who we are, what we do changes automatically. And this change begins by changing our energy first, by staying open to new possibilities, by expanding our minds, and most importantly, by taking radical responsibility for every single thing that is happening in our lives. Thank you so much, guys. If you want to connect with me, my details are here. I will also be around here somewhere. Thank you.
I want to thank you so much for making people in this room feel really uncomfortable because they think, ration is the only thing that leads them. So that was excellent. That was an excellent feeling to feel coming from the rest of the room. Will you take 1 or 2 questions real
Sure,
quick
there's time
before
for it,
we?
yeah, totally.
Right. Let's see if we have any. All right. How do you convince others, in example, a new team, to trust on their intuition?
I don't believe we're here to convince anyone or to make anyone do anything. We just got to become that person, and then whoever resonates can follow us or not. It's up to them.
Right, that's a nice answer. Is there any good resource if you want to know more about human design?
Yeah, so you can go on My Body Graph. It's literally one word, mybodygraph.com, and you can generate your human design for free and read up a little bit about it. There's also a wealth of information on YouTube, on the internet about it.
Yeah, there's also a question if is there a test to take to figure out what kind of person you are?
Yeah, there is no test, guys. All you need is your time and date and place of birth. That's all you need. And the details are instant, and they will blow your minds.
Right. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. Let's give it up for Lena one more time.
Thank you. Thanks.
And while Leslie sets up, we have a couple of words from our sponsors.
Yes. Can I have Contrast Security, a wonderful beer sponsor up here?
Yeah, thanks everyone. Yeah, as you might remember, we're the beer sponsor of yesterday. So yeah, thanks. Yeah, so we do that every year, and great to see everyone here. I wanted to quickly explain you something about Contrast Security. We're in the business of application security testing, and I'm sure everyone over here ever saw a finding in their software that was not accurate. So we solved that problem with a Java agent, for example, or a module in PHP, or a profiler in IIS. So we find vulnerabilities from inside the app, which is more accurate. And that works better in DevOps, right? You need to automate things, and you can't automate false positives. So if you want to learn more, just go to our booth and say hi. And then we can sponsor you guys next year as well. So that would be great. Thanks.
And there's someone from Aqua Security or Gold Spawn. Ah, there we go.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. For those I didn't get the chance to see yet, my name is Ali. I'm a solution architect at Aqua Security. You've probably seen us in the sponsors room, but to give you a quick overview of what we do, we have a mission as a company to stop cloud-native attacks against, obviously, targeting, cloud-native applications. We do that at every level, and we take 2 specific approaches for it. The first one is shifting security left to integrate into the DevOps processes, workflows, and tools. in order to prevent attacks from happening before they happen. And the second approach that is complementary to the first one is to stop attacks when they happen. So we integrate seamlessly to your DevOps, dev tools, from the IDE to the SCM, source code management tools, to the pipelines, in order to provide you with an efficient identification of risks from vulnerabilities, secrets, misconfigurations, anything that could harm your code and your applications as a whole. And we provide you with the feedback inside those tools to help you avoid jumping from one tool to the other. And we look as well into the cloud configurations, and we help you as well protect in real time the applications as they are running in your runtime environment. If you want to know more, please join us at the sponsor room. We're happy to share some giveaways as well and give you more information if needed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's all good. It's a good thing you supplied me with a lot of stuff to talk about. So Leslie here is currently a staff software engineer and tech lead at the New York Times. Has spent the majority of her career on edtech teams as an engineer, like at Google Education. In her current role, she is focused on not only to get her slides to work, but also observability, shared platforms, and building excellent teams by setting reliability, vision, and strategy across the Times, improving her observability, or their observability footprint rather, and cultivating a culture that builds with the most vulnerable employees in mind. And today, talking about long-term goals in a short-term world. Long-term worlds, short, yeah. You'll figure it out. All right, please give it up to Leslie.
My friend once said that he only builds software, he's not good at using it, and I'm feeling that today. So thank you for bearing with me. All right, hello everyone. Welcome to my talk on driving organizational sustainability with platform engineering. So she already said a little bit about me, but before I continue, I'll just share a little bit more. So I'm currently a tech lead for the New York Times observability team, which sits under our greater platform engineering organization. So as someone who's responsible for the direction of my team and is an engineering leader across all of the Times, I spend my time thinking about the function of platform engineering and how it can facilitate success across all of the Times. And ultimately, what that looks like is coming from the perspective of enabling our department to work in a way that enables long-term organizational sustainability. And so we'll start off by talking about what I even mean when we say organizational sustainability. So more specifically, I define sustainability as the continuous practice of operating in a way that enables short-term growth opportunities while ensuring long-term success. And so there's a lot to unpack there, so let's break it down a little bit further. And so first, sustainability is a continuous practice. So even if we spend a lot of time upfront thinking about how we can ensure long-term sustainability, circumstances change, and often quickly, and we need continuous avenues to ensure long-term success. Secondly, enabling short-term growth opportunities. And so sometimes the risky short-term growth opportunities are what leads to our long-term success, right? The emergence of bundles of tools is pretty common now and has worked really well for some companies like the Times. I'm sure some of us love Wordle. And so we don't want to give that up, right? But putting on my reliability management hat, we also need to prepare for the risk of those opportunities. And so this leads us to the component of enabling long-term success. And so we frequently see companies take their core business for granted in the name of growth. But for every successful growth opportunity, right, most opportunities do fail, unfortunately. And so preparation for this type of risk is essential. And so now that we've defined the goal, organizational sustainability, let's define the strategy, which is platform engineering. And so as much as I hate repeating words on a slide, I'm going to do it if only for emphasis. So platform engineering drives organizational sustainability by practicing socio-technical principles that provide a community-driven support system for application developers using our standardized platform architecture, which is what this looks like. And so one thing that we're going to talk about throughout the talk is about how platform engineering can enable us to scale our organizations to enable growth that our businesses often demand. And as part of that, right, we need to ask ourselves, like, at what point do we actually even need platform engineering and this framework. And so we'll frequently talk about scaling software, and we frequently talk about that, but what does it actually mean to scale our organizations, right? And so the answer is ultimately that our ability to scale our organizations is directly tied to our ability to scale our software. And so when we think about scaling our software, right, we have to be intentional about addressing the inevitable complexity that comes with that growth. And so to address this complexity, we have to bring this intention into how our architecture can enable those needs. Because complexity, as we all know, right, makes development so much harder that we as a collective industry have evolved the way that we build them, right? For example, the modular monolith has become increasingly popular, especially as an intermediate step towards distributed architecture patterns. And so just like we've evolved the way that we build applications to embrace new architectural patterns like microservices, we must evolve the delivery strategies that we use to build these new architectural patterns. And so if architectural patterns are a solution to the technical complexity of scaling our organizations, platform engineering is a socio-technical solution to the organizational complexity of scaling our applications. And so to summarize concisely, platform engineering is a socio-technical solution to the organizational complexity of scaling our applications. And so we'll spend the rest of this talk decomposing each of these components, the principles that guide us, the community-driven support that enables application developers, and the architecture that we use along the way. And so first, we have the principles that guide us. And so having focused on reliability management, the principles we review are heavily influenced by DevOps, particularly because DevOps principles take a strong consideration for both the technical and social components of what it means to develop and operate software. And so let's head into those. And so some of us might have heard of the COMS framework, which is basically just a framework of principles that should be the core of DevOps organizations. And so while I could use all 5 here and they'd be equally applicable, we're just going to focus on 3, which is culture, automation, and measurement. So starting off with culture, the COMS framework tells us that DevOps drives a culture of continuous improvement and reduces silos by intentionally sharing knowledge and feedback. And you can note that while I removed the S for sharing, I think it shows its presence through this principle anyway. And the same here is true for platform engineering, though I'll talk about it more directly by putting in the context of community. And so in DevOps, we often talk about breaking down silos, right? And the way we bridge that is by sharing knowledge. And to share knowledge also means to connect. And so connection and communication are key for preventing silos, the silos that would hinder our ability to make continuous progress. And so when we're talking about organizations, especially as they grow, the most effective way to manifest this culture of sharing is to think about how we can cultivate a strong community that fosters this culture at scale. And because ultimately the opposite of isolation or silos is to be in community with other people. And so next, we have automation, which improves our software delivery process by reducing human error, improving our efficiency, and enabling faster delivery. And this means thinking critically about the type of work that doesn't require business-specific knowledge, and figuring out whether that knowledge can be consolidated into software that's managed centrally by platform teams. And in this, right, we get to reduce the required cognitive load that product engineers often have to indulge in by managing all aspects of their software. And the type of work that's important but can be consolidated in an automated or centralized way is work that's often repeatable and manual. Another aspect of platform engineering is how we should be explicit about improving efficiency by leaning into solutions built by third parties, whether that's vendor solutions or open source ones. And the reason for this is because we need to reduce our own cognitive load and maintenance burden just as much as we do for product engineers. And lastly, we have measurement. And so first, let's talk about the function of measurement, which is ultimately to have feedback loops for whether our work is actually having our intended impact. And these feedback loops consist of both quantitative and qualitative feedback loops for continuous improvement. And the way that this principle connects to sustainability, again, is by eliminating the time spent on work that doesn't ultimately lead to our business goals. And so, for example, right, if a tool that we spent a lot of time on doesn't actually end up serving our product engineering users, which leads to lack of adoption, all that time that we invested really could have just been directly serving our paying end users. And so we end up missing the ultimate goal of building applications that age well with our evolving product growth opportunities. And so in other words, these feedback loops just keep us on the right path towards a continuous improvement that enables us to build new features while maintaining our existing software. So now that we've defined our principles, we'll shift over to talking about the support strategies for application developers integrating with our platform. And so we'll speak to both scalable and flexible strategies and put it in the context with the ways that we measure success, consolidate efforts, and cultivate a culture that values sustainability. And so the first is the most scalable strategy of all, which is to make building sustainable software easy. And so we'll deep dive into this more in the next section when we talk about our platform architecture, but to set the stage for that, let's remember from earlier that sustainable organizations are directly tied to their ability to build sustainable software. And what we mean by that is ultimately software that ages well with evolving business needs. And so I'm sure we've all worked with software that's clearly wasn't built with much foresight in mind, right? And this is usually what we end up calling technical debt. And technical debt is, of course, inevitable, but we can mitigate its risk by being intentional and strategic about when and where we inject this tech debt. And so tech debt should ultimately have a function, usually for the purposes of growth opportunities, and tools that aren't easy to integrate are a type of technical debt that typically doesn't pay off in the long term. And so it's especially our duty as platform engineers to build easy-to-use tools to minimize the time that we need to spend supporting app developers. And now, that's not to say we shouldn't be willing to support them, right? In fact, the opposite is true. We just need to be intentional about when the right time to support is and how we can leverage a culture of communal learning and support so that we're not the singular points of failure that I meant that we're trying to avoid being. And so not only does this alleviate some tension on us, but it enables us to be more community-driven in the way that we support engineers. And so we talked about measurement as a principle earlier, and an important measurement of our effectiveness is the adoption of our developer platform. And so what intention looks like here is ultimately defining the ways that we approach support and clearly communicating it to avoid mismatched expectations that will degrade trust between platform and product engineers. And so in the interest of time, I'm only going to show one example of this, which is to provide an easy decision framework driven by the status of our tools. So we don't have time to review, but I'm going to take the opportunity to drink water. All right. And so a common pitfall for platform engineers is to take on too much integration work. And so, like the last slide showed, there's room for that, especially in the early experimental mode. But that's not scalable, and nor are we even often the right people to be integrating with our tools because we don't have application context, right? And so a relatable example here might be like testing, right? We can certainly create or recommend testing tools, but we can't really be the ones writing the unit tests, right? That requires domain knowledge, and luckily, if we're doing our jobs right, the time that we save them will free up time for them to take on this application-specific work. And lastly, driving a sustainable culture. Sustainability doesn't just apply to software, it applies to people, and the two are very closely tied. And so referencing Accelerate here, it talks about self-sustainability and the different types of burnout to look out for, whether that's physical or emotional, etc. Excuse me. And so our work is going to be naturally collaborative, right, and touch so many parts of our organization. And so we have a unique opportunity here to drive this culture forward with everything that we do. And lastly, we have our platform architecture, which is the architecture that platform engineers are building to support application development. And again, the function of this architecture ties directly to the first support strategy we talked about, which is to make building sustainable software easy by consolidating efforts and cognitive load centrally. And so we've talked about our high-level principles, so next we'll review a couple of architecture design principles. So the first is to embrace design-driven architecture as a core principle. And so to my final point before, we often have a more room to move with intentional design. And this intention is what enables us to minimize technical debt and risk that often leads to unsustainable organizations. And I could break this principle down a lot more, but we'll omit that for now because we're actually going to talk about design tensions and how to alleviate them soon. And so secondly, our architecture should be complementary to those of our users. Now, that doesn't mean we shouldn't try to anticipate developer needs. There's a value in thinking about where our platform architecture might be heading, but to the last principle, right, we need to design with the future in mind, not necessarily build for it immediately. And this is much in the same way that we might design a monolithic application in a way that would enable us to decompose it to a distributed architecture in the future. So when we prioritize our work, right, we should ultimately be driven by the needs of application developers in our organization, whose architecture should be a reflection of our paying end users. And so as you grow, right, themes will naturally emerge, and those will be what make a genuine difference, right? That might lead to us prioritizing certain domains, whether that's CI/CD or observability or runtime language support. And within those domains or problems that we're trying to solve, we'll also need to build it in a way that's responsive to evolving architecture and developer needs. So for example, if we want to improve the runtime experience of developers, we should prioritize the languages that are actually used by them, not the ones that we want to support first. And so ultimately, right, we're not here to tell other developers what to do, right? We're here to support them in what they need to do. And another reason this is important is because our platform architecture can easily lead to what I would call platform chaos. Yeah, I know, right? An overwhelming number of tools, especially custom ones, is not the goal, right? Tools are enablers of our goal to build successful engineering organizations. And so instead, we need to be more managers of chaos. And the way that we do that is by aligning the components of our developer platform with specific domain use cases. And this enables us to design our platform so that we can see similar benefits of concrete separations of concerns that we often see in end-user-facing architectures. And this is where I'll take a moment to talk about a common pitfall we see with platform engineering, which is that platform engineering is not equal to infrastructure platforms, right? Platform engineering is not equal to infrastructure platforms. And I think this is part of why we see the naive conversations around DevOps being dead in lieu of platform engineering. And that's because too many of us are operating under the assumption that the only shared platforms that companies need is limited to infrastructure, right? But for example, right, we could also be thinking about how platforms can aid the service or feature development cycle during the actual development phase. And that might mean having language runtime platforms that support the development of standardized Node.js services. And each of these can be decomposed even further, though again, tying to principle number 2, this decomposition should only happen if there's a genuine need for it. And so for example, right, your runtime platform might support multiple runtimes over time. And actually, in fact, they probably will, because most of us have to support the browser runtime as well as the backend runtime at the minimum. And so in the infrastructure context, you might also see this further broken up by domains like cloud infrastructure, CI/CD, observability. And to complicate it even further, right, now there's an emergence of product platforms, which might refer to a specific end-user product domain or a core platform, which often you might even see as called core services, depending on organizational structure and just sometimes random naming conventions. And lastly, choosing boring technology. So this ties back to what I spoke about not building tools from scratch, or at least that not being your first instinct. And we should also not be leaning into every cutting edge opportunity, right? And so some years back, a blog post named Choose Boring Technology, which was by Dan McKinley, went kind of tech viral. And he talked about this idea of innovation tokens and how we need to be intentional about where we spend those. And so this resonated with me, right? Engineers love to play with toys, but every proof of concept shouldn't be making it to production. And I acknowledge that this is tempting, especially because orgs like CNCF are always building cool new standards and tools, but recency bias shouldn't be driving criteria, it should just be informing it. And one of the most seen as boring technologies are docs. And so a lot of internal developer platforms can honestly be replaced by good best practices and standards documentation. And that's not a wasted effort, because even if we do end up building a new tool for that, usually that ends up being a pretty good start for design and requirements gathering anyway. And so first, going into our design tensions, we have what I think is the hardest tension to balance, which is standardization versus flexibility. And so the shared nature of a developer platform is an awesome opportunity to reduce the risk of drift, but we have to hold that in tension with the flexibility that developers often need, especially as our organization grows and the number of technical needs grows with it. So for example, right now my org is facing the consequences of building tens of services with an opinionated framework that has really not since aged well. And so now we not only have to revisit the approach to runtime support, but we also have to reconcile the tech debt that manifested from this decision years ago. And so reflecting on where we went wrong, but that we're doing now, is really just to engage with the users of those runtime platforms. And so I started off by saying this talk, the opposite of isolation is community. And so now we're approaching it more from the standpoint of driving standards with actual teams and learning communities of practice. Next, we have the tension of simplicity and complexity. And so as we respond to the evolving needs of our users, complexity is going to become harder to manage because the architecture that supports them is going to be likely to change, right? Whether that's to begin using event-driven communication or begin embracing client-side rendered front ends. And so this becomes another area that we need to be intentional about. And so, like tech debt, complexity is going to be inevitable, but we can compartmentalize it somewhat by making sure that developer-facing interfaces are simple. And so this leads us to the most common source of complexity in software engineering, which is integrations. And so we know the common design principle of reducing coupling between services, right? And the same applies to our work. Integrations are high risk because avoiding coupling is like incredibly difficult. And that's why a lot of the selling points for vendors is their integrations, right? But integrations are also what lead to lock-in, so tread carefully. And so speaking of vendors, so remember our automation principle from earlier? So even though I just spent some time talking through design principles for building platforms, I want to emphasize again, like give yourself permission to not design at all, right? The decision to build versus buy versus reuse should be our bread and butter. And deciding that we don't want to take on the work of building and maintaining a tool is like a super valid one because every line of code you write is a liability, right? Code isn't necessarily our bread and butter of platform engineering. Research, design, and technical decisions often are. And so, like I mentioned in the principles section, you do have to worry about vendor lock-in. And I'll emphasize this approach that we should be paying attention to how industries are defining open standards like open telemetry, SLOs, et cetera. And so holding these tensions in mind, let's talk about what I'm calling a platform recipe. And so this is a reusable framework with 4 pillars. And these allow us to enable, compartmentalize, or communicate the trade-offs of the tensions that we just talked about. And together, they make up the ultimate developer platform architecture. And so let's briefly review each of these pillars and then provide some examples. And so first, we have the parts of our architecture that provide standardization. And so 2 examples of how we might do that is through templates or opinionated frameworks, et cetera. And so secondly, we have the parts of our architecture that provide more flexibility. So for example, we might modify our framework to become more modular so that app developers can pick and choose based off their context. And we might also extend the way that we do templating by providing a CLI to make them more dynamic. Thirdly, we have the parts of our architecture that compartmentalize complexity through integration, since the first 2 pillars are the simple interfaces that I mentioned earlier. Right? These might be the APIs that tie the first 2 pillars together, or plugins to even front-end services that developers use to provide visibility that they even exist. And these tools are often not used directly by developers in their development and are instead tools that we actually use to support developers in a more automated way. So for example, the tools that might pull our technologies together to support on-demand environments. Right? Engineers are going to use those environments, but the technical details of how we implement those should be abstracted away. And lastly, we have the parts of our architecture that communicate our design and decisions along the way, whether that's API docs or decision records for when we decide to build, buy, or reuse. And so I think a lot of people often think it's a little bit strange that this can be considered part of our architecture, but as I've emphasized right throughout this talk, right, touch points between platform engineers and product engineers is essential. And this is a pretty good example of what that might look like. And so documentation is the first obvious one, right? I said that a lot of internal platforms can be replaced by documentation. And also we need to have support channels as complementary. And so we might also have a potential need to automate certain aspects of our support as we scale up the number of engineers that we're supporting. So for example, right, if your primary communication tool is Slack, integrations that consolidate questions and feedback centrally can enable us to have more feedback loops that can be really valuable for avoiding adoption issues. And so in the integrations pillar, I mentioned that plugins is an example to provide visibility of our tools that exist. And that's an essential answer to question to answer because visibility is needed to drive adoption. And so let's answer that question of how do we even provide visibility into our architecture? And so especially with the emergence of Backstage, an open source project which was created by Spotify, developer portals have become a way to provide centralized visibility into the developer platform ecosystem. And so the concept of a developer platform portal, I think, is a really compelling one, right? Ultimately tells the story of what it means to develop software at your company. And so by providing a unified view, not only does our platform become visible, it also facilitates visibility into any service using the portal. And so integrations are going to be a crucial part here, but because it's a centralized entry point, right, we do have to consider the risk of a singular point of failure. And this is why it embraces the idea of plugins, which are designed to be easily added or removed from the host application without total coupling. And so in other words, right, as we saw in our principles, right, it provides similar benefits that we see with microservices having concrete separation of concerns. So now that we've covered some of the fundamentals, let's move on to a more concrete example. And so given this is Devopsdays, we'll focus on platform use cases related to infrastructure runtimes. And more specifically, I'll focus on the container runtime experience. And so reflecting back on the 4 pillars, we're going to embrace standardization here, the first part of the recipe, through base templates and images, which minimize repeatable configuration or code sometimes by centralizing it into a version template or image. And here, versioning is going to be crucial, especially for templates, because it's very easy to fall back into the trap of drift. And so now, when these first options aren't the right path forward for your organization's needs, but you still want to provide more flexible options, standard image artifacts are a great tool. And so here we still have a lot of decisions to make, including where on the spectrum of flexible we want to be, because these artifacts still have some avenue that we can inject standardization. And next, the integrations pillar, which represents either the integrations between components, so what this might look like is template generators for Docker files or Docker Compose files, versus the integration between a container runtime platform and a Kubernetes platform. And lastly, all these different components and decisions can quickly get overwhelming, even when we're designing it with a lot of intent. And so not only do these decisions need to be reflected somewhere, we need to understand that infrastructure incidents are ours too. And the process of incident management should be one that fosters collaboration and knowledge sharing, which is a value that's reflected in our principles. And so what this looks like can be a little bit tricky depending on whether you have an SRE org and their specific operating model. But regardless, right, driving clarity over what it looks like is crucial to avoiding broken trust when our platforms inevitably fail. And so just to wrap this up, I've made some parallels between DevOps and platform engineering throughout this talk, and I hope it's obvious how important DevOps has been to this discipline, much in the way that it has been for SRE or other domains. And so our systems are complicated because people are complicated, right? And much like architecture design, this type of culture doesn't just happen, it requires intent. And the most compelling part of DevOps to me is ultimately the way that it transforms our culture to be one that fosters exactly that, intent. And so I started off this talk by saying platform engineering is a solution to building sustainable organizations. But perhaps the solution that we all really just need is actually just intent. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We've got a couple of questions. For the community perspective, can you give a practical method for building a well-balanced view on all ideas, opinions, and needs?
Yeah. So I have an extended version of this talk where I talk a little bit more about that specifically. And I talk about how learning is, and I reference Andrew Clay Schaefer, who he says learning is the most sustainable advantage. I modify that to be that communal learning is the most sustainable advantage, actually. So I think of it from that perspective, where what is the actual learning culture of your organization? Because if that's not there, all the rest of it is going to be probably really impossible, to be honest. So I think starting from there is, I think, one of the most crucial things that you can do. And some strategies I've seen is, I mentioned communities of practice. And so those are usually swarmed around domains because people are going to be most excited about their domains. So yeah, I could go on, but I will keep it there.
All right. How do you manage features and roadmaps for platform engineering? Do you have product managers to define such, or is that organic in the community of engineers?
Yeah, this is a great question that I'm actively trying to solve at work, actually. So, I think we often inherit the idea of sprints from product engineering, and the more and more I am in platform engineering, the more I'm convinced it's just not a good model for us. I've done Kanban, and that was definitely better. But I think the thing that's often missing, especially when in the beginning stages of platform engineering, is you just kind of have to accept that like you're going to be a little bit reactive in the beginning. Like you have to learn about your organization. You have to learn about the needs and the shape of it. And so yeah, I think in the beginning, I think I'm losing track of my question, but yes. So yeah, I think like it's a balance of like how much you want to be reactive versus proactive. If you're more on the proactive side, like then maybe sprints are a more possible thing, but in my experience, most companies aren't there.
All right. Thank you so much, Leslie. All right. Our next speaker, he works at Ascent. It's a historic Dutch company that made a transformation from being a traditional company to agile and DevOps focused. Michiel is CIO for Ascent and EnergyDirect.nl. He previously worked as CEO at Randstad, a lot of IT leadership roles at, among others, KPN.
That's the one for the...
That's the one for the remotes, yes.
Okay.
And he's going to talk about Ascent's transformation from a traditional organization to embracing agility and DevOps and beyond.
I hope it's on. Yes. Good afternoon. 1 minute past 12, and I'm aware that I'm in between your lunch, so I really try to make it as interesting as possible. And actually, we also a Dutch company, but also a company from Brabant. We of course here in Eindhoven, close by, so I'm proud to be working for Brabant, and yeah, really like it. So in my story, I really would like to tell you about the journey that we made in the last years as Ascent is also a tech company. Because we're all aware about the whole energy crisis that happened last year after war in Ukraine, that the prices increased rapidly, and it had a tremendous effect on our customers, asking a lot of questions about how can I keep my energy bill affordable. It also has a lot of impact on our tech roadmap. So that's the reason why I really would like to share that. Yes? Hopefully it's working. And not again. Always technique. Don't touch it, perhaps? Oh, it's going. Do we have a... Yeah, I just wait for my screen, but let's wait. The lunch is getting longer, so... Er is een probleem met de HDMI. Oh, nu zie ik hem hier wel. Ligt het aan de laptop, denk je, of zo, of niet? There it is? Nou. Hij staat erop in ieder geval. Can you support... Or otherwise I can try my laptop. One moment. Terrible. Sorry, guys. Yeah. goed of niet? Want ik wil even kijken of ik geen... Yes? Ik even naar mijn... Yay! It's working. So, and this is where I work every day, here in the beautiful Den Bosch. This is the building of Essence. And the reason why I want to show you this picture, because we as a company already founded 1909 as a state-owned company, already since that time supplying energy to our customers. And a lot has changed, of course, in those years. In 2008, the grid company was, and the retail company was split. So Nexus was a grid company, and Essence became a real company, a real retail company, who is offering energy contracts to our customers. And we are now in a situation that we have 2.5 million customers. And that's really quite a lot, with 3 brands: Essence, Energy Direct, proud sponsor of PSV, and Van der Bron as the green brand. So we have a real big, we're the biggest in the market, so we have a real big responsibility as Essence, to keep that bill affordable, but also help our customers in the energy transition. So that's the reason why we stated our purpose. We help everyone to take the next step in energy transition. And especially what I already mentioned in my introduction, since last year, when energy is becoming more and more on top of mind of each household, each customer in the Netherlands, with the rising energy prices, a lot of customers are asking questions. How can I keep my energy bill affordable? What can I do to save energy consumption? And what can I do to become more and more green? So that's the reason why we have several solutions that we offer to our customers to assist them in the next step in energy transition. Starting with energy insights and advice about daily consumption, hourly consumption, and also advice based on those insights. Because some households first better insulate, for example, than they, for example, buy a heat pump. Or for some households, it's really interesting to invest in solar panels. So that's what we do with our insight products on the digital channels. We offer several kinds, we call that future energy home products. So we have a network of service partners that can offer insulation solutions, solar panels, heat pumps, energy advice to help customers to reduce energy consumption and also to become greener. We offer charging solutions. People more and more buy electric cars. So we combine it also with an energy contract that people can consume energy for the charging solutions at the right moment. And we're also experimenting there with smart charging, so that you get a connected charger, so that you also charge your car at the right moment during the day. Fourth example is that we are investing in smart energy networks, where we offer local energy heating solutions for municipalities or groups of houses, where we optimize the heating consumption with cooling and heating solutions. And that's on the one hand an engineering solution, but also a real digital solution, where we use a lot of data to optimize the heating and cold estimations, to also there optimize the energy uses for our customers. And all those solutions, looking forward, are becoming smarter and smarter and smarter, and IT and digital plays an important role in that. And we as an IT company, until 2022, I say until last year that the energy crisis evolved, in our view, we're doing a really good job. We were a full agile organization. We work with a SAFE methodology, where we prioritize our portfolio together with our colleagues from marketing and operations, have full autonomous teams working according to DevOps. We really embrace the principles that were presented also in the presentation before me, where we automate things, where we really embrace people or support teams to take responsibility. You own it and you run it. We were underway with the cloud migration. We still had some on-premise applications. We are a big company, for example, an SAP application with our customer data. So we are transferring that into cloud and try to really put it into cloud principles, how you make it scalable. And we also embraced our customers. We are a real NPS-focused company, where we really understand what do our customers really experience if they contact us, what do they need. And NPS drives also our priorities. So actually, in the beginning of 2022, we actually thought, we're doing quite a good job as an IT organization, and let's continue on this road. But then, summer last year, a lot has changed. The war in Ukraine started at the beginning of last year. That had a tremendous impact on the gas price and electricity prices. And suddenly in summer, customers became aware that it also had a huge impact on their energy bill and their energy consumption. So also a lot of media attention occurred, a lot of news items about look at your contract, look at your energy spend, think about to save energy in your house, look at the insulation, for example. And of course, it had a huge impact as an energy company. Yeah? So a lot of people picked up the phone and tried to reach us. What should I do? So you saw also all the energy companies with huge waiting lines. Sometimes it took hours to get an agent, but also in technology. What we saw in technology, because the main journey for us is that people first take the app before they call us. Just first look in the app to find a solution. The number of visits each month increased from 2 million visits to 20 million in weeks. So that was 10 times more to our online channels. And also when you look at the duration of a customer in that app, it also was 3 to 4 times more. So that had a huge impact on our IT infrastructure. And in September last year, it actually meant that we were not able to handle all the digital traffic at that moment. So we had some outages in the call center application, but also in the app and our customer portal. We were not able to serve that amount of traffic. So we really had to think in the crisis team, what can we do to restore that services? So on a short notice, we even decided to implement a so-called virtual waiting queue. That's also what you have when you buy a concert ticket. So we had to decide to manage the amount of traffic that comes into our online portal with the virtual waiting room. As the first company, as energy company, later other companies followed us, to take a short-term measure to manage the inflow. But also we thought, yeah, we know that this is not something that goes away, that's here to stay. We really have to think about what do we have to do to really make a breakthrough in our architecture and our way of thinking, that it really becomes always on. That you really think about what is necessary to offer a scalable solution that is there always for our customers. So we said we have to make a quantum leap from sort of hybrid type of architecture, and we embrace the full serverless architecture with all the principles. And of course, that's not only a technology question. I will say something more about that. But we really said we have to understand that what happened will remain, and we really have to rethink our architecture and our way of working. So that's what we did. So after the, let's say, so-called crisis we had, and the challenge we had in September, we did a lot of evaluation with our teams, with our architects, with our managers, with our engineers, and mostly with our engineers, to think about what's necessary to make that breakthrough. We wrote down a manifest for that, to really describe down what do we mean with that transition. And that manifest was summarized in the following picture. And where we really say on the right top, if you want to offer to our customer the one-stop shop where we offer the right energy product to our customers, we really have to build that digital foundation that is always on, that is scalable, that offers the right data insight. It seems like an open door, but for us it was really important to announce that we really had to think about how to become always on. And that should be on a foundation of, we call it cool technology. And I fully agree with the previous speaker that cool technology is not only the cutting edge, but it has to be technology that you have knowledge about, and that is really useful also for this purpose, to make our platform always on and really help our customers to take the next step in the energy transition. But we knew it is not about only tech, it's also about people. It's about how do you align with your colleagues from marketing and operations in priority and thinking about what's necessary for the customer. How do you really develop your people that they have the courage to experiment, and also really also themselves, the energy engineer, what does the customer need, and what does my role in the team affect the customer? We want to have DevOps teams that focus and work in autonomy, that they are aware of their role as a team in the end product and have the end product in mind in that. We also said leadership also has to change, because leadership also should be more and more facilitating that autonomous teams. And sometimes in my experience, leadership sometimes steps in the way. They just say, do this, do that. No, leadership should really facilitate and really, of course, have to be clear about the vision and the strategy, but really should support the teams in doing the right things. And also we said we have to do something as IT as an employer. So how do we really attract the right talent to Ascend to really make this happen? And in order to do that, we started a program called Accelerate Our Future. And that's a program that is all about making that breakthrough to the next level of architecture, way of work, and culture and leadership. And I won't explain them all because I see I have 15 minutes, but because a lot of things are known to you. Event-driven architecture, domain-driven design, engineering enablement team, but I will pick out some how we use it at Ascend. Because in my belief, all those theories are really beautiful, but you have to find out for yourself what's fit for purpose for your situation. Because I also read the book about domain-driven design. It's a beautiful concept, but we really have to think about how does it work for the case of Ascend. So we started up 2 experiments with teams to understand what kind of concepts can we use from domain-driven design, but also what kind of concept perhaps does not fit in our situation, and challenge each other on that one. So we really believe in domain-driven design of creating that one language with the clear definition, that you have one language together with colleagues from marketing and operation and the engineer. And also that domain-driven design can really help us in making autonomous teams to create the clear domains with the clear boundaries, and will enable us to become more autonomous and more decouple our way of thinking and our way how we organize things. Other example, event-driven architecture. Also a beautiful concept, but also very complex. So we understand the reason behind it. We have a lot of good engineers who understand how event-driven and how event-driven architecture works. But where does it fit? Is it fit for purpose? But there's also areas where you don't have to use it. Because if you're going to use it as a sort of, just put it everywhere, you're going to make it hugely complex, and also something hugely complex, especially in operations. So that's the reason why we really think about where do you use event-driven architecture and where not. And the third example I would like to pick out is engineering enablement. Also mentioned in the previous presentation, we had our platform teams, our system teams, our cloud teams, etc. And they tried to enable our DevOps teams. But what we saw in the past, that there was not a clear boundary, that system teams sometimes didn't understand what the teams needed, and the teams sometimes didn't understand what can I expect from the system team. So we said we have to transform it into an engineering enablement team that stands in the center of the DevOps organization, working together with the DevOps teams, understand what they need to be fully enabled, and then offer the right solution. And that's really something in combination and integrated in our DevOps philosophy. And our tech stack is, of course, becoming more and more modernized based on that line of thinking. So we embraced cloud-native patterns and serverless, for example, AWS Lambda. We embraced event-driven architecture. We are already working quite a lot with data technologies to set a data platform to give the right insights to our customers. We know that observability alerting in the DevOps teams is crucial. Let's say, from a security perspective, from all kinds of perspectives. So what we really try to do, offer them the tooling to be, I would say ontzorgd, that's a Dutch word, but really to think that they are sure that the tool will help them to do the right task at the right moment. So we really have thought about that one. Infrastructure as code and domain-driven design. But in my personal belief, tech is beautiful. And you can do a lot with it, but you have to combine it with also a right culture, a right mindset in the right teams. And that's the reason why we also spend a lot of time in investing in our culture. And that starts, for example, in working with purpose. The ambition that we have, that we help everyone to take the next step in the energy transition, is a topic that we discuss frequently in our all-staff IT. And a lot with examples or even hackathons, that we really think, what can we do as IT to fulfill that purpose? A lot of persons have joined Ascend because of that purpose. I'm one of them, because I really believe I have to do something to make the world more sustainable. And I think it's an opportunity at Ascend to play a small role in helping the Netherlands more green and help our customers to save more energy. So that's the reason why we really embrace that purpose and don't only see it as a sort of slide that you once a year see in your corporate presentation, but really have to try a discussion about it together. Another beautiful example is about the cooperation that we have with Refugee Talent Hub. It's not about sustainability, but it's about societal responsibility. That we see that a lot of refugees are coming to the Netherlands and they want to benefit in society. And if you want to benefit in society, what do you need? On the one hand, a house, but also a job. because then you can fulfill your talents and you can benefit to society. This foundation tries to help build the bridge between refugees and companies to find a job. So we, this time for the third year in a row, we have a mentor program where engineers of Ascent IT mentor a refugee in helping them or her in finding a job or an internship. Sometimes that internship can be at Ascent, but sometimes it can be at another company. But we try to help them explain how the Dutch labor market works, what do you have to do to really go for a cool job. And yeah, actually it's quite successful because last year we had 15 refugees that we coached. 10 of them found a job. Yeah, that's really cool. If you can also build a small part in helping those refugees. So that gives a lot of energy, and that's also my personal conviction that working with purpose, yeah, is a lot more beautiful. So that's the reason why we embrace it also as Ascent. Secondly, share what we are doing. That's the reason why I'm here. We really have a cool story to tell. We are a long way to go, but we really want to share what we are doing. So we are sometimes go at summits, at Kafka Summit. 2 weeks ago it was at the Confluent Summit. And we also try to share it online. So we have started a blog, it.ascent.nl. Here's the QR code, where we share out to the outside world what we are doing. And it's for our intern colleagues, because sometimes internal colleagues even also don't know, so they read those blogs, but also a lot of external people just can read what we are doing on technology, but also on culture, to really understand, to tell you what we are doing and sharing about that. Also, a big focus is, of course, talent development, and every company says it. We are focused on talent, but we embrace it in 2 ways. On the one hand, we knew that we had to move from hybrid to serverless, that we also had the engineers, let's say, in the hybrid world, had to offer also a future in the serverless world. So we really are try to understand what the ambition of each engineer is, and then make a talent plan, a development plan towards that new future. And most of them really want to move to the serverless world. So they do all kinds of reskilling programs, helping them to become an engineer that's also working with, for example, TypeScript. That reskilling of our people is also in the heart, that we offer everyone a future in also the new organization. Another example is the Craft Hero program, where a group of 5 junior talents get the possibility to visit all kinds of conferences. For example, they go to AWS Summit in November, get inspired about the new developments, and then bring it back to our organization and tell about it and have discussions about it. So they have a sort of building a bridge for them, really sometimes difficult, but they like the development and get the inspiration. So the Craft Hero program is also one that we started up last year and here to stay, because it's a beautiful program to develop, especially junior talent. But also about fun. We spent a lot of time about organizing fun events. We even have a fun work group, I'm also in it, to think about organizing fun events, because sometimes people think, oh, that they just got automatically. We have a nice atmosphere, so people organize their own fun events. But we also decided to give it a bit more body around it, to organizing those fun events. So that fun work group at least organizes each month a fun activity. It can be supping, it can be a hackathon, it can be a party, etc. To create the vibe for everyone, to also that it is fun working for Ascent and fun working in technology. And those fun events are not only for Ascent colleagues, but also all the partners that work together with us, so that we create one community, building cool stuff, but also having fun together. And that's what I really like. And last but not least, we also put a focus on celebrating success. And again, celebrating success, everyone says, oh yeah, that goes automatically. We think that's setting people on stage and telling and let them show what they've done, and also celebrate and give them the compliment about its success, is really important. And we see that 2 ways. One is, for example, the Panda Award. Panda Award is, we say, something who does really something exceptional. That we then, in our all staff, people can be nominated for the Panda Award. For example, if you do a cool presentation at a conference, or if you found a really important error, then people can deserve the Panda Award. And we are blinded by awesomeness, and it's really cool to shine on stage and find that award. But another nice example, personally, I think, is the broomstick award. Because people sometimes forget about decomming old applications, switching all things off. So we said that's a broomstick award. If you are decomming an old application or an old part of the infrastructure, you go for the broomstick award and put people on stage also if you do the less sexy stuff. So for example, I think in the next All-Star we will even have 2 broomsticks for 2 old applications that have been decommed finally, WUS 1.0 for your information. And this is a real, normally that decomming of an application is always very complex to get priority for that and also get the reward for that. Who wants to work on phasing out old systems? And we said it's so important to keep secure and to keep stable, to also decom our old applications. So that's the reason why we give the broomstick award for that part. So to summarize it, our main learnings, this transformation, in our view, is people-driven. Tech is an enabler, and you really have to understand it. You all have to understand the concepts, find out what fits for you. But it's mainly about people and culture, in our view. If you create the right context, the right atmosphere, develop the right people, then you're able to make a real transformation. And that's the reason why at Ascent takes so much focus on developing of people. And from the crisis of last year, we learned expected, prepare for resilience. Think about also for your own domain, what can happen, what you won't, what perhaps think, oh, that has a low probability. And that really helps us also looking forward, that we really think about, we don't want to happen that again. So that's the reason why we say expect it. And last, experiment and have fun. Really fun and experimentation creates the best energy to really have an open culture and have really a culture of learning. So that's the reason why we focus a lot on experiment, have fun, and in that way we really expect that we can make the next step in energy transition also as an IT company. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Michiel. We have time for maybe a couple of questions. How does Always On work with sustainability?
With scalability?
Sustainability.
Sustainability. Yeah, that's always a balance, of course, because we are aware of the fact that the amount of servers, amount of cloud also consumes energy. So we try to balance in that way because we have to be always on. That's our responsibility to our customers. But if we scale down if the usage is not necessary. By scaling up and scaling down, we can optimize also our sustainability footprint.
All right. How do you see the future of ESG, environmental sustainability, reporting at Ascent? And which steps are you making in system design to lower your ESG footprint?
We have our ESG targets as Ascent that we openly communicate about. So it's integrated in our approach. It's about our environmental responsibility, but also about our social responsibility. For example, the Revenue Talent Hub, for example, is a part to fill in our social responsibility. So we, based on our ESG targets, we try to explain it, to translate it into the right actions to meet them.
All right. I think we can do one final question. Considering the problems Ascent has had with the amount of traffic, do you see serverless as the most efficient way, especially in terms of cost, moving forward?
Partly. So serverless is a part of the solution. But again, I fully agree, it can be a really expensive one. So we said we will implement serverless in the areas where we think we need that scalability. In other areas, no, we don't. So it's of course always again depending on the situation where you need it.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right, we've got about an hour for lunch now. Food will be outside, but also served throughout the venue. So if there's a long line, there will be more. All right, see you back in an hour.
Oh, baby, I wanted you to be inside my arms, but the night goes down. Oh, baby, I wanted you to be here.
Good afternoon. I hope you had a great lunch today. How was the food? Cool. So yesterday we had a bingo, and what can go wrong? You can win the bingo, and yeah. And we have also a shark. Cool. So yeah, I have to wear this, but don't let it bother you. It's about the content. This morning we had all night sessions. I think we had 6 sessions. They took 30 minutes. Maybe it feels long. So we changed it a little bit and we go over to Ignite Talks. Ignite Talks are 5 minutes, exactly. Our speakers have 20 slides and they get automatically rotated. So that means every 15 seconds a new slide. And they have just to adjust their talk to the slides. So that's the simple format. And we will quickly start with our first speaker, Claude. Yes.
Does this work? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
You ready?
No.
Oh, no, just start. It takes time as Python. Boom.
Okay, so this is the Cathedral, the Bazaar, and the Coffee House. Cathedral and the Bazaar was a talk by Eric Raymond, in which he introduced the metaphor for the Cathedral and the Bazaar. And I'm today going to introduce the Coffee House. So who am I? I am Claude Warren. I'm a member of the Apache Foundation. I contributed to various Apache projects. I call myself an effectuator because I just think that's a much better term. I am not the one in Wikipedia. That would be my father. And if you look him up, you will find a link to my mother as well. And she was an historian. And that's a good place to start because I want to talk about 1688. Come on, change the slide already. There we go. All right, in 1688, I'm going to fall behind now. In 1688, Edward Lloyd founded a coffee house on Tower Street in London. And in this coffee house, people that were in the shipping industry would show up and talk about shipping and all of the problems that you have in shipping, which was the high-tech industry of the day. And as you can see, the problems are going to be things like you get a ship lost at sea, you have pirates, it's the golden age of piracy after all, your stock market could crash, you could lose stuff overboard. So what they did was the patrons of the coffee house came up with a strategy to reduce risk. And that strategy involved investing in multiple ships and multiple cargo and in sharing in the profit or the loss. So how does this relate to tech? Well, if we look at the history of tech, or the current? No, anyway. 99% of code bases have open source software in it, which means that your code base probably has open source software. 82% contain outdated or abandoned components, which means you have to worry about that. And that XKCD comic is so on point that Project in Nebraska and maintained by a random person in Nebraska have become idioms, meaning OS is supported by a single person. Okay, so we'll continue now. 82% contained outdated or abandoned software components. 73% had the software license issue, which means that if they have an issue, you have an issue. So you should be worried. Are you overwhelmed yet? You have to find upstream dependencies, analyze issues, analyze risks, analyze mitigation, discover the unknown unknowns, and discover the things you know that ain't so. So what does that have to do with the Cathedral and the Bazaar? Well, the Cathedral and the Bazaar, Eric Raymond posted that these are metaphors. So a top-down development strategy and a bottom-up development strategy. So you have these two different strategies, and they produce two different types of software. What I want to talk about is the coffee house. I want to add the coffee house as a new metaphor. And this is a metaphor for coming together to figure out how we're going to solve these problems. And how are we going to maintain that across multiple companies and multiple organizations. So, did my slide disappear? No, okay. Well, hopefully another one's coming up. It died. All right. I don't have the rest of my slides. Where'd they go? Okay, yeah. All right. Form an OSPO. This is one of the things you're going to do. You're going to form an OSPO. That's an open source program office. That program office is going to support the projects that your company is dependent upon. So your company is dependent on open source projects. Make sure you're supporting them. And you do that by paying money to people who are developing in those open source projects, or you hire somebody to go work on those open source projects, or you provide resources for those open source projects so that they will be there when you need them. Right? then what you want to do now is you get a bunch of OSPOs and you get other interested parties together, you're going to form a community. And that community is going to come together and you're going to say, what are the metrics that we need to use to establish which of the projects we can depend upon? And so in the end, the coffee house is this idea of the community of people who are interested in supporting open source coming together and finding ways to do that. So that's what I'm proposing as the coffee house in the cathedral, the bazaar, and the coffee house. So in the end, the cathedral and the bazaar are really good metaphors for ways of doing software development. And what I really want to do is I want to add to that and make the coffee house as the new metaphor to support these development processes. That's it.
Thanks. So next up is Mark. You know how it works?
Yes.
Okay.
More Python, please.
More Python.
Yes. Hi, everyone. I'm Mark, the Senior Developer Advocate at Digrid and one of the 2 Dapper community managers. And I really like creative coding. And I'm here to ask you to please stop adding business value for a moment and become an artist with your IT skills. So, does writing code really make you happy? Because personally, I do like coding, but yeah, when I'm like looking at my pipeline to fill for the 10th time because there's still a typo in my YAML file, that doesn't really make me happy, right? That makes me more like frustrated. So I'm sure you have the same feeling as well. Happy people live longer. That's the result from a study done in 2015, published in the Journal of Social Science and Medicine. I've included like a too small to read table and a link so to make this look really credible, but I have no idea if this is true. But I'd like to live longer. So do something fun with the skills you already have, right? Without any pressure to like deliver things on time, without any KPIs or metrics, like no story points, no annoying colleagues. Yes, so I would suggest to do something expressive with creative coding. And what is creative coding? You create generative art, or also known as algorithmic art, because you use algorithms and functions. So things you can create are like drawings, music, poetry, anything, and I'll share some tools. So this is my favorite, P5.js, JavaScript library. It's very beginner-friendly, good docs, good examples. It runs everywhere because it runs in the browser. There's nothing to install. Most people use it for visuals, but you can also use it for music and for games and machine learning. So the example on the left here, I've used some video processing to overlay the Dapper logo, the Dapper hat. The top right is an example of that uses wave function collapse. It sounds like a very difficult sci-fi thing, but it's actually quite easy to implement. And the bottom left one was an example of like an interactive sketch. If you're more into music, look into Sonic Pi. It's used a lot in education to teach children about programming. But it's also used by professional artists in live performances. So it's open source, it's free, runs on all platforms. This is the Sonic Pi IDE. You write your music and your code on the left. It's based on Ruby. It has some very interesting language features. So for instance, on the top you see rings. Those are circular arrays. And on the right you see some output like oscillators and some log messages. Super Collider, another one to create music. It's more powerful than Sonic Pi, but Sonic Pi actually uses Super Collider under the hood. So you have more control, more raw power, but it's a little bit less accessible. But again, it's also free and open source. So 2 examples of Super Collider code. So the top one uses like 2 sine oscillators to interact with each other to create a frequency modulation effect. The bottom one uses like noise and high pass filters and oscillators and some other pulses to create some drum effects. So if you would like to experience like a performance by creative coders, then I can highly recommend you to go to an Algo rave. I've been to a couple in Amsterdam and Utrecht and London, and it's a place where people come together and enjoy people that do creative coding. So there are usually 2 people involved, one that live codes the music and one that live codes the visuals. And the music has it's very diverse. It can range from like very chill ambient to really like hard techno beats. So in one evening there are multiple artists and it can be very diverse. If you like everything, if you like programming, if you like drawing, if you like creating sounds and making music, then try something like game development. So I've done a thing with Pico 8. It's a fantasy console, so it only exists as software. It's a commercial product, only $15. It's really fun. So here you create the tool for everything. So you code using Lua in this really tiny editor here. You create like your 8x8 pixel sprites using just 16 colors. You create your maps, you create your sounds and your music, and it's really fun. If you want to make great coding, if you want to do like creative coding as your full-time job, look into open frameworks or touch designers. These are like super high-end products, super performant, based on C++. They have their own job boards, so you can totally switch careers if you want. If you want to know everything there is about creative coding, look into this GitHub repo. You'll probably be busy for months or years. It contains links about all the frameworks, all the books, all the events and courses. It's like a super deep rabbit hole, so be aware of that. I suggest you start with this YouTube channel, The Coding Train, run by Daniel Schiffman. That is the best technology educator out there. I love that guy. I want to be him when I grow up. I can definitely recommend the Nature of Code series. It's about fractals and stuff you find in nature. Is beautiful. If you want to challenge yourself a bit more, join January. It happens every year in the month January. It's about generative art. Every day you get a new prompt to inspire you. And there's also lots of links with other code forms or other art forms, which is really nice. So please, stop adding business value for a moment. Become an artist with your IT skills. Have some fun. Hopefully live longer. But don't use these powers to create NFTs, please. Thank you.
Cool, thanks.
Check.
So next up is Boris, and give me a second, it should be this one. Have fun.
Right, well, I'm super happy because I have the opportunity to talk about PostgreSQL, my favorite base. And the title, Long Live Sustainability, is kind of redundant because sustainability talks about long-living things. But I would like to emphasize this in this presentation. I'm not going to be talking about environmental sustainability, but I'm going to be talking about more like Leslie was talking about sustainability of communities and the technology itself. Because if the technology is sustainable, the community has a lot of chances to be sustainable as well. And referring to the first line in talk, we also have this very nice diagram. So if you analyze your components, and the most fragile component is holding your data, beware, because your data is your gold. Right? Now, the other reason why I pick up this title is because I was not courageous enough to use this other title, which is more emotional, Postgres, Love and Freedom. I love Postgres, and I love it because it's free. And I think that when you have the combination of these two things, you are in a very good shape for a long-term relationship. And this is what you want to build with your components, because they are going to be in your stack for a long time. So let me do the exercise together with you whether Postgres is really or not free and whether it's sustainable or not. And I'm going to refer to a story that I had when I was working in Brussels a long time ago. And then I arrived at work, my boss was already there, and he was bringing me news. He said, like, Boris, you won't believe this, but Oracle bought Postgres. I said, well, that's not possible. It's nonsense. I mean, you cannot buy Postgres. It's not for sale. Well, then how could Oracle acquire actually MySQL? Well, they acquired the company that was the owner of MySQL, and therefore they got the software, but you cannot buy Postgres. And then he said, yes, now I remember the news, still trying to prank me. Actually, Oracle acquired Second Quadrant. And I said, well, that's irrelevant, whether it's Second Quadrant or whether it's EDB or any major contributor to Postgres. The Postgres software is free as an eagle that flies together. And then the important thing here is that the contributors are contributing to the community, and the community is the owner of the license, which is a promise that is today free, and it's going to be free tomorrow, the next week, next year, and forever and ever. So we say the word tomorrow without fear. This is the Postgres community. Now, the developers that work for those companies, well, they are the committers. They have the right to commit. It's not that the company is going to reject your permissions to commit once you go to another company. So the developers themselves are also free, and that's very important. And the vendors of Postgres, they all understand this, so we all work together as a collaboration among competitors or a competition among collaborators. We work together, we create sustainable releases, and we produce one major release per year, which is supported for 5 years. So that means if you pick up one of the Postgres release that was before the beginning of the pandemic, kind of a long time ago, today you still get bug fixes and security patches. We produce minor releases every quarter, and also in between, if it is necessary, security patches. So that's the sustainability that you get, and this is one of the reasons why the community loves Postgres. The last surveys that we have seen in Stack Overflow, we have put as like a most loved database. I totally understand that. And it's not just because of the technology itself, but because the community help each other. We do that by sharing knowledge. We help each other. We answer questions. But also, when Postgres cannot provide certain functionality, we do it by extensions. So the extensions is a part of the core design of Postgres, which allows you to add new data types or functionality that doesn't exist. At this moment, probably have to talk about forks. So forks do exist in Postgres, but the forks are not meant to disrupt the technology or disrupt the community. It is just there when you cannot add it as an extension, you can add it as a new development of Postgres, and the license allows you to do that. Okay, so I've been talking a lot of good stuff about Postgres. It sounds like a sales pitch, but you cannot buy Postgres, so it's just about my love for Postgres. To get to this conclusion, is it a sustainable choice or not? I believe it is. So this is my first message. The second one is homework. Go to your stack, look at all the components that you have, try to find the dependencies between the components, try to find those that are really relevant, see how flexible are. Can you change it for something else? Can you change the vendor that is helping you to provide the product to a production environment? Who are the developers? Who are the owners of your components? And actually the license. Is the license going to be free next week? I don't know. So you have to study that. So I've given you homework, and I believe that I've given you also some arguments to kind of understand why my alternative title was PostgreSQL, a story of love and freedom. Thank you very much.
Next is Foy. Give me a second.
Playing tag.
Okay. Have fun. Oh yeah.
Uh-oh.
We have seen this yesterday.
Goodbye.
Maybe a nice open source project.
All right. Today I want to talk to you about accessibility, because the web is not as accessible as we'd like it to be in a lot of parts. So I want to share some insights with you. First, about me, I'm Foy Murek. I use they, them pronouns, and I work for a singer. We do monitoring. And coming to monitoring, you use your tools, and there are quite a few issues that come up in most monitoring tools. But before we go into that, what is accessibility? What do I talk about? And it says on I think it was Merriam-Webster, that it's the quality or characteristic of something that makes it possible to approach, enter, or use it. So in order to interact with something, it needs to be accessible. And because I don't have too much time, I'm going to be focusing on visual impairment, one of many different kinds of accessibility that we want to focus on, and especially when it comes to web apps that we might have. Generally, there are more people that are visually impaired than you might think. That is 285 million people globally, or just 1 out of 10 people. If you look around the room, there are probably quite a few people with glasses or color vision deficiency. So how we see color is basically we have 3 cones in our eyes that take in red, green, and blue. Because our bodies are not all perfect, some of those can malfunction. And this leads to the 3 most common variants of color vision deficiency. So you have the red-green blindness, which is actually 2 different kinds of defects that can happen, and also the lesser common yellow-blue blindness. And in monitoring, like many other solutions in that area, we have green is okay, orange is warning, red is critical, and that's kind of important. And if you look at what they look like to people with red-green blindness, yeah, not great. If you have context, that can be doable. Like the colors are stacked up in a certain order, and you can figure out what they are from looking at like the way they are arranged. But when you look at like grid views, for everyone that doesn't have any sort of color blindness, this sort of makes sense, but for people that do suffer from color vision impairment, it's going to be very difficult. Just find the critical in this one. No, it's not going to happen. But themes are a very easy solution to that if you don't only work with hues to convey information, but for example also brightness. Things that are okay can fade into the background, and things that are worse or more important can be a lot brighter. So I prepared a little comparison for you. Just look at the picture for like 15 seconds, and then you can see how much difference it makes to you visually. Also for people that can see the color, as most people do, that the more critical states actually jump into your face more. So it's not just for people that have color vision deficiency, but accessible is actually great for all of us. Because when we jump to the grid view, I put the old picture in again just to have more comparison and more time. You can see that try to find the critical here, or if you have normal color vision, look at the criticals there, and when it switches, you see the things that are important so much faster. So if you have your own products, try not to rely on like hues alone. It improves the quality of life for everyone if you try to make things that are distinct more distinct. I'm also going to quickly jump over to what happens if you can't see at all, if you're blind, if you rely on a screen reader to read out what's on the web page for you. And the easiest way to adapt to that is just use HTML as it is intended. Don't just use diffs and diffs and diffs, but actually make sure that your content is weighted and that styling should be an accessory for seeing people, but the structure itself is what tells a screen reader what you are looking at. So like break tags, why do they exist? They add nothing to the structure. So if you use headings right, then it's already a big help. And if you use Araya, the accessibility-rich internet applications, I think it is, you can give even more context to things that are mostly visual, like progress bars, just assign the values of what they're trying to show. So I want to leave you with the insights that I just shared you, and please try to design with accessibility in mind, share it with your developers, and just do some research because it's a really, really interesting topic. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker is April.
Can I have a head start? Oh, that's not me.
You want to start again?
Can I have a head start?
Yeah, try. You want a head start?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
Hello, my name is April Edwards. I'm a developer and I work for GitHub. I was previously at Microsoft and I'm also the DevOps practice lead in the advocacy org, so I get to do all sorts of fun stuff with CI/CD, deployments, and today we're going to talk about GitHub Copilot and AI. Why? Because it's everywhere. So let's talk about a day in the life of the developer. The reality is we don't actually get to write a lot of code. We do other crap. And the other crap is what detracts from what we love to do, and that's writing code. So we're trying to find a way at GitHub to help you be more effective at your job with GitHub Copilot. So we've designed this new developer experience with GitHub Copilot. How many of you have used GitHub Copilot? How many of you used GitHub Copilot Chat? A couple of you. Awesome. So we have put this experience in forward for you, the developer, with you at the forefront of our minds. We believe AI will define the developer experience from the beginning to the end. So when we have that inception of our idea, or even picking up a new project, or picking up an existing project, or finding bugs, that will help you deliver better end-to-end code. So the history of GitHub Copilot, we launched GitHub Copilot in 2021, before ChatGPT even hit the market. So we were at the forefront of getting this product out there because we saw a need in the organizations that we work with, and also the open source communities. So we made it generally available to all developers recently, so you have access to it. But we're now putting Copilot in everything we do in our platform. So it's not just a coding tool, but we're going to help you collaborate better, be more productive, secure it, and scale. So whether you're a startup organization or a very large enterprise, the size of Microsoft, or a startup that might be just starting out. So we call this the Copilot effect. We want to maximize the developer happiness, which is what we're seeing in our developers. We want to increase your productivity, because at the end of the day, we want you to write better code. But we also want to accelerate software development, especially with the DevOps mindset. So what are the benefits? So we started measuring Copilot usage. We find that developers are able to be more agile, and we're DevOps folks, right? That's important to us. So over 55% increased agility, and it also decreases developer onboarding time. So we know that 55% faster coding, and we're also finding that GitHub Copilot is writing 46% of the code in many of the code bases that we're watching. So that's quite an increase. Come on, next slide. So we are building GitHub Copilot for the sake of developer happiness, because we believe that developer happiness is going to keep you happy in your job. You're going to write better code, and you're going to have more fun doing it, which means you'll actually probably also write better and more effective products, whether you're using accessibility or writing games. So we have these great stats, but more importantly of all the stats I showed you, we want developers to be more fulfilled. And we see that there's a 75% fulfillment rate when people are using GitHub Copilot, but we want that number to hit 100%. So we're not going to stop until we see greater fulfillment rates from our developers. So we know that about 1.5 million people are currently using GitHub Copilot today, and that number is actually vastly increasing as we go. So it is now available to everyone, where before you had to be on the beta, and there's some new beta products coming out shortly as well. So we release GitHub Copilot for Business everywhere. So if you're an enterprise organization, you can enable this. You can enable this within your organizations, within your repositories, and get started right away. And we've also opened it up to the community so that people could get started and give us feedback on the product. So we also feel that less experienced developers have a much better advantage with AI. Why? Because they're able to learn. So when you're using GitHub Copilot or GitHub Copilot Chat, you can ask it to explain my code, which is fantastic. Because getting started on a new project, even as an experienced developer, I need to know where to start from. So what we've done at GitHub is we've obviously paired up with Microsoft, who acquired us many, many years ago, and OpenAI. And we use this first-party trust system to put guardrails in place, because we always need to talk about security when we're talking about software development. So we've made these decisions so that we can leverage that for you, the customer. And Microsoft has also integrated Copilot into all their products, right? Into all their Office suites, into PowerPoint, OneNote, Word, all that good stuff to help you be more productive. We're literally throwing AI everywhere into the stack. So we absolutely believe that GitHub Copilot is inextricably linked to the developer, and it's the future. So that's where we're investing all of our money. And most of the conferences you go to, you're going to hear a lot about AI, because we do feel it has that most impact. So we have a bunch of new features getting released soon. GitHub Copilot Chat is available. We're going to have GitHub Copilot Voice. So especially for accessibility, you can speak to GitHub Copilot, which is really cool. GitHub Copilot's going to also help you write your documentation, help you create better pull requests, and use the CLI to query. So we believe with AI at every single step along the way, we're going to realize the 10x developer. Imagine being able to do 10 hours of work in 1 hour, 1 hour of work in much less time. That's what we're aiming to do. So thank you all for listening about my little GitHub Copilot chat. I was asked to do this at 10 p.m. last night. So go forth and write amazing code.
Thank you. So before we continue on our program, we first have to do a raffle. So Jos will do the sponsor raffle.
So apart from our sponsor raffle or our sponsor passport, we have a couple of sponsors wanting to give away stuff as well. And I believe Enterprise DB has to leave early, so you get a chance to win something now.
I think maybe this is...
So, thanks. We were here over the last couple of days, and we were really happy to be able to talk to as many of you as we were able to. Yeah, so we're here to give away this really cool Lego set of an AT-AT. So the box is a little bit dented. Sorry about that. The colleague that brought it here was not very subtle with it, I think. But Lego itself does not dent, and everybody who's ever stepped on a piece of Lego hidden in the carpet knows exactly what I'm talking about. I do that all the time. I have kids. So bonus points for the person who wins this. Bonus points if you set this up. If it snows this winter, set this up in your garden. Take a picture in the snow. Recreate the scene of Hoth and put it on LinkedIn. Tag EDB and I'll buy you beer at the next conference. So we're going to make one person hopefully very happy with this. So therefore we have my lovely assistant Boris here, who's going to close his eyes and just point at one person on my phone. Very scientific. I think that was, do that again. Do that again, okay. There's a person called Yannick Sander from Flux. Is he here? Do we have an ice planet-like garden to set this up with in the winter? Brilliant. That increases the odds. Perfect. So, yeah, I would say congrats. Thank you. Hand of applause. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. The other raffles will be at 4:30 when we do the closing ceremony. And now on to the open spaces, right, Nick?
Yep. Yeah, I need you, for sure. I have no clue otherwise. Yeah, do you want two? What else do we need?
I think I need one mic. That's probably enough for everyone.
Great. So I think we had lovely Ignite talks. We had talks in the morning. So we now really go to change. We provide in the morning and early afternoon the content. And now we switch to a model that you will provide the content. We switch to open spaces. Who of you have been before in open spaces? Please raise your hand. Okay, quite some. I do it all the way around. For who is open spaces complete a new concept? Please raise your hand. That's easier for me. Okay. Still important to explain, but we can go quickly today, I think. Yeah. So, what's open spaces about?
I thought you were going to change the slide, and then I was going to do my spiel. But okay, I'll do my spiel. So yeah, I think we introduced it already a little bit, but it's it's your opportunity to make the conference your own. So what we're going to do now is there's sticky notes and there's Sharpies. You're going to come to the front. You're going to write down your topic, the topic that you would like to discuss on a sticky note, and then we're going to see if there's interest in the room so that we know how many we can actually host, because we have a limited amount of rooms available, so we want to make sure that there's interest in the topics that you suggest.
Yeah. So, and in the open spaces, we would like to talk about all interesting things. There's maybe some things that's happening in your company or how you work. So normally, maybe you have an NDA in place with other companies, but that is so complex and takes paperwork. So we do it easy today. I think most people already signed our friend DA yesterday, but please raise your hand if you agree with our friend DA that you can freely talk. I think everyone signed, so we can quickly continue. That's nice.
I see the people who didn't raise their hand. Yeah, exactly. So it makes, like we want to make sure that you can also discuss some stuff that you would want to discuss in a safe way, and make sure that this doesn't come back to the larger public by any means. That said, whoever comes to your open space is the right people, whether that's 2 people or that's 10 people. I mean, excellent if you draw 10 people to your open space, but you can have just as much value in a conversation with 2 other attendees as well.
Yeah, and if you only have 2 people, you can just make maybe the space a little bit smaller, so it feels a little bit easier to talk. And we start when it starts. So when it is time, it starts. And it ends when it ends. And if you still want to continue, because we have a time window, the room is only in the time window available, you can continue in the hallway or even during the drinks after the last talk today. So that's all possible. It's all up to you.
Yeah, likewise, whatever happens is the only right thing that could happen. Maybe you go on side tangents or you end up discussing something entirely different. That is all fine. This is not scripted. You don't have slides. It's all good. It's your conversation.
So yesterday we have nice rooms upstairs where we can have our open spaces and our doors. And sometimes we had the feeling that people were a bit afraid of walking in, even if the door's closed. We close the door because then there's no noise from the hallway. But the doors are open. You can always walk in silently. So there is no door like this. And even if it is like this, you can open it.
Yeah, then there's only one law, I think. That's the law of mobility. So if at any point in time you feel like you can't really contribute to the discussion, or you're not taking away from it what you thought you were going to take away from it, you're free to leave the room and maybe join another open space. We also will have 2 more talks in this room. So if you want to join one of the talks, that's also perfectly fine. If you just want to decompress and get a coffee, also completely fine. So make sure that you're in the right place for you.
Yeah. So first fix this, because it's getting very hot. It's now really time to collect your IDs. So it can be anything on which you would like to talk. We simply ask you to come forward. And we make here a small queue, or maybe a very big queue. It's all fine. And we have incredible nice sticky notes. So you have Nijntje, and there's some others. So please come forward, write down your ID, and then you get quickly the mic and you quickly explain what the ID is about. So that's the ID. Please.
Not all at once.
Thank you.
Aw.
Come on.
Don't be shy. First one.
I always get very nervous about presentations, so I want to talk about speaker skills and knowledge sharing through talks.
Can we see a couple of hands raised for people that would like to attend that? Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, we do hand voting, so therefore hand raising.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you.
Hey, I have so many sticky notes, so please help me.
One.
I still have 9.
Yes, hello, my name is Jacob, and my topic is, well, I lost my notes now. DevOps and team topologies, or Batman and Robin. I don't know if you were yesterday, but yesterday it was Batman and the Joker. Today is Batman and Robin. I want to have a discussion about team topologies. I had a lot of conversations yesterday. Some people know what it is, please come. Some people don't know what it is, please come. I'm a team topologies advocate, so I can explain, and I really want to learn from some people also. So that's it.
I love that you iterated on the topic for your open space. How many people would be interested in something like that? Yeah? Oh, wow, cool.
Team topology is a great topic.
Your topic's different.
Yeah, my topic's different. But I was going to say, team topologies, awesome book, awesome topic. My topic is you probably don't need Kubernetes.
Done.
Who wants to talk about that?
Okay. I'll interpret that as there's some interest.
Mine is much boring, I'm afraid, sorry. Interesting. Cross-charging in enterprises. So how do you want to spend the money of the company, ourselves, the rest of the teams? So that's a big thing for us. So I hope someone wants to talk.
Excellent. Oh, there's someone in the back is like, yes, that's me. Okay, cool. Who? Oh, that isn't it.
I have a topic that I would like to talk to, which is about burnout and mental health. How to avoid it, not how to get it.
Oh. I'm very glad. I'm very glad that you made that addition. Any interest? Yep. Front row. Okay.
Hi. Yeah. I would like to. I don't know whether we were done. Oh, yeah. I want to discuss how much use there is to knowing the personalities or the energy, as discussed this morning, of your team, so that you can work with that.
Perfect.
Yep. Sorry.
Who's joining?
I have also
yep.
one.
Also, if you raise your hand, doesn't mean you're committed to going to the open space. You can still make up your mind later, but just a little. Oh, hello.
I also have
what are you doing here?
Yeah, I have an idea. Is that allowed?
Yeah, okay.
Oh, cool. Yeah. So I also would like to talk in open space about how we can grow Devopsdays Eindhoven. So how can we grow the community with meetups? How can we grow the organizer team? And how do we get even more people coming to the Devopsdays in Eindhoven? And we really would like to talk with you about how we can do that, or at least I would like to do that. So that's my thing.
All right.
And I have more names. Oh, and ideas from yesterday are also welcome, so don't be shy.
All right. Yep.
There you go. We had a talk about, or we had a room yesterday about NICs, and there's a lot of more people here today that might also want to talk about something called NICs, which tries to have ease the way into building projects by providing you a unified language to define how you build your software, and automates this and interacts and collaborates with other software. It's not Unix. I've heard people mistake that. But,
All right, thank you very much. I see one blank space. I think, Foy, that means that we're talking about chickens again. So if there's any people that would love to learn more about keeping chickens happy, yeah, 10x chickens, Excellent. You join our open space. Thank you. We're going to go for a little break, right?
Yeah, we have now a short break. It's about 45 minutes. It's time for coffee, have a hallway chat. And during the break, we will put the agenda for the open spaces on the big screen so you can see where you have to go in the afternoon, or you can come back here for the talks. So, thanks.
Afro, Afro, whoa. Yele, yele. Yele, 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 yele.
Hallo. Yeah. Daar zijn we weer. We're back. All right. Our next speaker is Dominic de Smet. He's a software security consultant and founder of the Dutch DevSecOps meetup group. And, well, his title is already on the screen, so I won't delay much further, and you can hear from Dominic himself.
Thank you. So, welcome everyone to this talk about DevSecOps and security education. It has been my passion for a long time, and I've been working the last 5 years specifically on the education part. So I'm very excited to tell you more about it and to tell you some of my experiences that I had with it. So a little bit about myself. My name is Dominic Smit. I'm a software security consultant. I have been almost 20 years in IT security. I started at a very young age. My background is in software engineering, management and cybersecurity. I have advised large enterprise organizations in the Netherlands on software security and security awareness. And I founded 2 startups, one called Arido, where we do security consultancy, and the other one, Everball, where we basically focus on security education. I'm also the founder of the DevSecOps Netherlands meetup group. I find it very nice to bring people together, and that's why I started one. There wasn't one yet. We were very active before Corona, but then Corona happened, and then we were a little bit less active, but we are trying to come back again and try to spread, security knowledge and also learn from other people that are dealing with similar security challenges. And I love good food, but yeah, who doesn't love good food? So this is a DevOps conference, but I quickly want to recap. So if you look at where we started, we had waterfall methodologies, we had enough time for planning, designing, coding, and we especially had enough time to do some security testing at the end. And then if we found certain things that were not right, we could go back and fix it. So, but that took a whole lot of time, and it was a little bit too slow. And after we went to the market and we went live with our product, then our customer maybe didn't like what we built, or maybe had something else in mind. So we started thinking about, okay, we should do it more, or we should do it in a different way. So we came up with Agile. And we took our customers' feedback quicker into consideration. We shortened our development loops. But still, we found out that this wasn't enough. So we came up with DevOps. We wanted to have better collaboration between different departments, and we wanted to deploy daily, or we wanted to deploy multiple times a day our software to production. And if we look at DevOps, security is a very important factor in that. But what I've seen in practice is that it unfortunately didn't always get the right attention, or enough attention. So we came up with the term DevSecOps, to just give it a little bit more emphasis and to spread a little bit more awareness about the security aspect in DevOps. We want to integrate all of these security aspects in every step of the software development lifecycle. In that way, we can lower the risks of any security incidents, and we are getting more insights into our security posture from our applications. So, who can tell me what the 3 main ingredients are for DevSecOps? No one? Yeah, DevSecOps. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, but I'm talking a little bit more high level. So we have people, right? We need to make sure that we have the right culture in our organization. We need to make sure that we have a culture of feedback, making sure that it's clear why security is important, and creating education and awareness programs. It all starts with the people inside of an organization. The second one is processes. So when we have the awareness in place, when it's clear why it is important, then we need to figure out, okay, what is the most effective way to handling these security issues that might come up in our software development. So what is the most effective and efficient way that we can solve anything that comes out in the meantime. And of course we need good technology in order to support those processes. So we need the right tools that help us identify security vulnerabilities. We need the right tools that tell us, okay, what could be a possible mitigation to these security issues. So these three together are very important for a successful DevSecOps implementation. And if we look at the technology part, then we can find a lot of information online on what kind of tools, what kind of topics. So there's a lot to find online, what kind of tool to install or what to use in which part. But everyone can install a tool. What about actually effectively using these tools, or making the most out of the tools that you are using, or making sure that the developers understand how it can be used inside of their processes. And what about combining these three together? So we have a good tool, but what about the process and what about the people? So the knowledge to do that is something that I found is really the hard part of it, combining these three together. So how do we get that knowledge? What about the knowledge indeed to do that? How can we make sure that companies or people get the right knowledge to be able to do an effective implementation of a tool, or to be able to set up the right process, or to be able to tell people why it is important that we do these certain aspects. One aspect that I find really interesting is we find it all very normal that whenever someone wants to drive a car, they need a driver's license. I mean, some people might be able to drive a car without a license, but still, it is not optional for people to get a driver's license. If it were optional, then I don't know how many people would get a driver's license. And with a driver's license, we have a theory aspect. We have a theory exam that we need to complete, and we have a practical aspect. It's not that only by doing the theory we can get a driver's license. We need to show in practice that we are able to handle this car. But how can it be then that if we are working on very important software or very important applications, that there is no basic security driver's license? It's not there. We have certain certifications, we have certain trainings and programs that we can follow, but there is no concept of this driver's license, this basic security driver's license. And this is what kept me puzzled a long time, because I would expect that if certain applications are being developed where millions of people use it daily, or even very critical information passes through it, that all of the people playing a role in that should also have the basic security knowledge, and to make sure that they capture all important security aspects of it. And if we look at some of the predictions that are being made currently, for example, Gartner says by 2025 that a lack of talent, and in this case talent, we can see as skills, or professionals will lead to more than 50% of significant cybersecurity incidents. Also, if we look at the shortage of cybersecurity professionals, you can find different numbers online. Yeah, but one of the numbers I found was 3.4 million empty positions. Yeah? So this is quite a problem. So we have three major challenges. Yeah? We have an enormous skill shortage. Yeah? We don't have a mandatory basic security driver's license. So how do we sustain or improve this knowledge inside of an organization? Yeah, because there will be only a small group of people inside of an organization that might possess this knowledge. And what if they leave? Yeah? Or how do we even improve the knowledge inside of an organization? Yeah? And this enormous skill shortage will not go away overnight. Yeah? It requires a combination of different factors. Yeah? And even putting more attention at the beginning, yeah, where it all started, for example, education. It's very important. I've seen companies, really trying to figure out how to handle this issue. Yeah? So they purchase different e-learning platforms. Yeah? You might know some of these on screen. But what I see is that many of these e-learning platforms are being purchased, but then not being used or not being used effectively. Yeah? It's optional. We have this platform for you available, go ahead and use it. If you tell that to somebody in our industry, we are usually very, very busy during the day. So other priorities will probably prevail than going to this education or e-learning platform. Yeah? It's the main factor that I see why it's not being used effectively is because there is no strategy usually or plan behind it, yeah, on how to use these platforms effectively. Yeah? And also the mapping on, okay, what content should be available for different audiences is sometimes missing. Yeah? So I have found several key factors to be important if you think about an education program or a strategy. Yeah? The first one is hands-on. Yeah? I've seen a lot of e-learning platforms that have theory and slides, but rather have limited practical exercises, yeah, for people to actually do the work and practice the work. Yeah? Also self-paced. Yeah? People learn in different ways. Some people might need longer, some people might use different methods in learning. Yeah? Specific. This is also one element that I see that sometimes is missing. People get very general content, yeah, of training and then are supposed to apply it to their daily work. But if it's not specific and people cannot use it directly, then it will become very difficult. Yeah? Because if people can directly apply it into their daily work, then they will directly also see the benefit from it. Yeah? So the content needs to be specific. Continuous. I also see a lot of companies saying, okay, we do a training one time a year and then we are done. We have checked the box. But that's not how it works, because IT is also evolving continuously. So that means that our education should also evolve continuously with it. Yeah? It cannot be a one-time thing. It needs to be fun. Yeah? People like fun training. Yeah? So if you add types of gamification elements into it, yeah, then people would maybe be inclined to come back more often, but also look maybe into other topics, yeah, rather than the ones that they are working for. Yeah. And bite-sized is very important because, like I said, people are very busy. They don't have anymore the time to just go 2 weeks on a training program and then, are supposed to just drop all of their work and do 2 weeks of training. Yeah, it needs to be small. It needs to be able to fit into their daily work. Yeah. Mandatory. So this is a factor that is very difficult, but can be done in multiple ways, but is a very important one. I've seen many optional strategies that didn't work out in the in the long run. Yeah? And it's also very important that companies give company time to do this in. Yeah? You cannot expect people to do a full day of work and then at the end also use their free time. Yeah? They have other responsibilities as well. Yeah? So show as a company that you find this important, yeah? And give people the opportunity to learn under company time. Yeah? And that's why bite-sized is again important. Up-to-date knowledge. So if technology is evolving at such a rapid pace, it doesn't mean that you need content that's maximum 1 month old. Yeah? But content of 3 years ago might not be relevant anymore today. So make sure that the content that is provided is up to date. In that way, it is also more easier to apply it directly in the daily work of people, of people's jobs. So these are some of the key factors that I found during my experience with different companies. Again, it's very specific on the company and your organization on how you can implement this. So I cannot give, okay, this is how you should do it, because it really depends on different factors. But these were some of the aspects that I found, if you include them, you have a much higher percentage or a much higher rate of successfully implementing it. And then we have this guy, the security champion. So who of the audiences here does have a security champions program or security champions set up in their organization? Okay, so not a few, not that many. Security champions are an excellent way of making sure that this education program is actually successful and in a scalable way presented throughout your organization. I see many times that education programs like these and also security education programs are either pushed from an HR department or from a learning department. And it's very nice, of course, that it starts there, but they are simply too far away from the development teams, from the engineers. They don't know what kind of problems or things are happening on the ground. So you need to be close to the development teams in order to understand, okay, what are their needs, what kind of extra skills are needed, and what kind of practical hands-on learning can we provide for them. And it's also very important that the feedback is incorporated inside of this education program. So the security champions can help passing on the feedback that is given by engineers and by all the people in the DevOps teams to make sure that maybe the content is adapted or done in a different way. It's very, I think in bigger organizations, a very good scalable solution to start with. OWASP has recently started working on a security champions guide. It is not ready yet. They are working on it. I know some great people that are busy with it. So if you want to start with a security champions guide, this is a very good resource to look at. They give some practical tips on how to start with it, what is important. I will not go through each of these elements, but if you want to start with a security champions program, definitely have a look at this manifesto from OWASP. So if we have these security champions, and we have these key elements into making sure that the security education program can be as successful as it is, how do we make sure that it integrates with our existing DevOps processes? So there are different ways of doing this, and it really depends also, again, on your organization, on how you have implemented certain DevOps processes. But I've seen many companies that want to go to DevOps are also a little bit scared. They are scared to giving this full team autonomy to teams, by even them being able to update things in production. But what if you can say, okay, if you do these kind of education modules or you follow this program, then we are well aware that you have the right skills. We are confident that you're able to get these extra rights, and that you can do these things in production. So you can combine security education with, for example, giving more rights to teams. This could be one option. And if we then talk about mandatory, then this is also a way of doing this. You can say, okay, well, you want full team autonomy, you want full access rights to production, then show us in practice that you can also do it. Yeah? If you have the security education program, then you're also able to give people more responsibilities, because they are learning different aspects of security implementation inside of DevOps. And you can say, well, if you finish these and these modules, you have a good start, and you can maybe even be responsible for some of the security aspects inside of our DevOps transformation. And of course, one option could be compensation. Show as a company that you value people that are continuously trying to upskill themselves and learning the right skills for the job by showing appreciation. This can be done in multiple ways. So this can be some of the aspects where I see that, okay, if you integrate it within an existing process within your company, you also have a higher chance or a higher rate of making it successful. So this was my presentation. I hope it gave some key elements. Again, I could not give you a direct, okay, this is how you do it, because that's impossible. But I hope that some of the key factors that I mentioned can help get started. And thank you for attending this session, and keep on learning. And I have some time now for questions, if there might be any.
Awesome. While we wait for questions to come in, I want to share a story with you. I think I've never told you, actually. But when I moved back to the Netherlands in 2018, there was a meetup from DevSecOps and a DevOps meetup, and that's actually how I got into this scene in the first place. So I want to thank you for that still. So thank you for being a meetup organizer. I think it's super important. Do we have any questions? Will we get the PowerPoint? People want to have your PowerPoint.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
There you go. I think when we publish all of the recordings, we also do a link to all of the slides if we get them from the speaker. So I'm sure we'll figure that one out. Have you ever been a security champion yourself? That's a fun one. In a capacity at a company, I guess.
Yeah, that's a nice question. So I've never been, it depends, of course, on the definition of security champion, but I have been, of course, always an advocate, and I have always been helping teams with security. So I guess you can say, yes, I was also a security champion, because it's one of my passions, and I try to also explain and find the right balance between what is needed for security and how can teams go faster to market. Because there is a fine balance on doing that. Not everything is an issue, and finding out, okay, what is the best balance for teams is a good one.
All right, which one are you giggling about? Would there be extra personnel added into DevOps teams, or would they need to educate the existing teams on security?
Yeah, so that's why I was talking about the security champions, right? So if you have a security champions program set up, it's usually one person inside of a team that can help with the security aspect. So extra personnel can be, but you can also consider, if you're doing the security education program, to upskill existing people inside of a team. Because there might be already people inside of your company that are very passionate about security, but just simply didn't have a chance yet to develop themselves into this role. And if you set up this program, then you might be able to discover these people, and you don't need to hire extra personnel, but you can just upskill existing personnel. And usually that is the best way, because they already have the most knowledge about your company and organization.
Do you want to do one more?
Yeah.
One quick question.
Sure.
Do you want me to do the cloud engineering exam one?
It'll be a good, what is on a cloud engineering exam? I would say what are...
Is it multiple choice, or is it...
No, so definitely no multiple choice. So I would do a practical test. And I would take a practical lab and not anything multiple choice. No, but I think maybe about what would be the key factors of making a security education program successful.
Awesome. Well, thank you again, and let's give a warm round of applause to Dominic.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Excellent. Let's get you set up, yeah, shall we? For our last talk of the day, I know, aww. Wow, the audience participation is, it's up there. All right, for our last talk of the day, we're talking about legacy code bases.
Oh, yes,
It's
fun.
a hairy problem to solve at the end of the day. Because inheriting a legacy code base is not great, even for the most experienced of developers. Luckily, we have Ben here joining us to talk about how you can actually survive such an inheritance. And you can survive to tell the tale, maybe at a future Devopsdays conference, who knows. You're a technologist with a strong focus on security and privacy, and I read here that at 11 years old, you wrote software to stop your parents from breaking the family computer.
I did, it's very true. Ask me about that one in the break.
Entirely selfless, I'm sure. You're a developer advocate now at Sonar, help developers avoid breaking the internet, which thank you for your service.
Mostly. They still break the internet, though, don't they? We're always going to break the internet. That's part of the fun, though.
All right, so when you're set up, please take it away, and let's give a round of applause to Ben.
Looks like it looks a little strange on here. Let's try switching again. Let me restart this. Maybe that'll help. There we go. Pretty. Thank you. Hello, everyone. How's it going?
Hello, Ben.
So, I'm very excited to be here. It's excellent stuff there. If I fall asleep during the presentation, it's because I just traveled about 25 to 30 hours solid to get here. If you saw me hanging around outside yesterday, I was the one that looked a little bit like a zombie. So if I do fall asleep, please do feel free to shout at me, because that'll then hopefully wake me up again. So yes, I want to talk to you about DevOps and legacy code bases. Who here has managed in the past a legacy code base? Who has enjoyed the experience? All the hands, oh, no, maybe half a hand, kind of enjoyed the experience. It's not often a fun job. And I wanted to come here and share not only my experiences, but I did some research into how other companies have addressed the issue of managing legacy code bases and how DevOps could have helped them and has helped in some of those cases. And I wanted to share those with you. So a bit about me to start with. I've been a software engineer for way too long. I used to put the number of years up there, and then that started making me feel old. So I just put the date that I started. So I first started in ASP.VB. Does anybody remember enjoying ASP.VB? No, nor do I. I very quickly found out about PHP, and I was a PHP developer for about 10 years. Talk about legacy applications. It's a bit of a joke. PHP is still good. PHP 3, probably not so much. In that time, I was also a business analyst and a solutions architect. I was doing security consulting when I worked in Melbourne, Australia, and I would work with different small businesses to try and overcome their internal tech issues. Often that would include legacy code bases, which was a lot of fun to handle. I love the developer and open source communities, so that's why I love coming to do things like this. So please do catch up with me afterwards and have a chat about this or other things as well. And I've always been really passionate about security and privacy. That's probably one of the underlying things of most of my talks. As mentioned, I now work as a developer advocate for Sonar. So if you've used Sonar Cloud, Sonar Cube, any of those, you can talk to me about those afterwards if you like, but you don't have to. And I am on this newfangled social media app called X. I don't know if you've heard of it. Ben Decker, my DMs are open. If you want to get in touch with me, that's probably the easiest way. I'm also on Blue Sky. Less often, I check that there. If you're not on Blue Sky and you want an invite, come and chat to me. I can give you one of those too as well. But anyway, enough about that. Let's actually move on to what legacy code bases are. Anybody in here a PHP developer? or ever done any PHP? First of all, it's 3 hands, and so suddenly everybody's like, you know what? I think I can admit to this. I think it's a safe space. Welcome, it is safe. I started there. I'm not going to judge you. I don't do it anymore. If you still do it, I'm also not going to judge you. But you might remember seeing code like this. This is actually not that badly written. But if you are a PHP developer, you'll probably realize that nowadays we don't actually use the same class name in the constructor. We also don't, in probably most applications, use the direct connection to a database. You probably use a data access object of some sort, and at the very least, you want to abstract that away. And also, it's probably a really bad idea to hard code things like host names and passwords. And so this is like, it feels a little bit icky. We will probably want to make this nicer. That's a good example of what legacy code base might look like. It's going to make your life harder, especially when all the code, thousands and thousands of lines of code are like that. Maybe you're more of a JavaScript developer. Again, no judgment. But if you are, you might have a look at this and go, okay, well, so var I should be let, right? It's let nowadays. So var I get day of month. Oh, this J, I don't know what the J stands for. Really hard to read. But then if I is greater than 31, then set it to -1. Should never happen, right? But if you remove that code, somebody tried at some point to remove the code and it broke the application, so they put it back in, and a warning comment. Isn't that fun? So we're not going to touch that bit of code, because we don't want to break the application. What about if we move on to, my clicker really doesn't want to play games today. What about if we move on to something slightly more complicated? So Byron here is very intelligent, as you can tell. He can write very complicated regular expressions. So he's done that, and he's wrapped it all up in this password strength function, and you can call that from somewhere, you can pass something in. Apparently it's going to work some things out. But he is so clever that he doesn't want you to change his code. If you think there's something wrong, you should speak to Byron first. That's what he told us 15 years ago when he worked at this company. And then 4 years ago, somebody thought, well, you know, Byron doesn't work here anymore. He left a while ago. So we have these kind of legacy issues as well, right? Where the developer has written something that you may or may not understand. You may or may not want to actually change. But in any case, that single source of dependency on a person is never going to be scalable or sustainable. As I'm going through these, I'm looking around your faces, and I can see some of you going, oh, yeah. And I can see some of you going, oh. So for those of you who are doing the latter, I feel you. It doesn't even have to be code, though. Imagine you pulling down a repository because you've been asked to have a look and make some changes, and there's a README MD file in there, and it says, okay, you want to develop locally? Okay, first thing you've got to do is download the database from Dropbox. Right, that's a good reaction, thank you. So you download the database from Dropbox. I don't know, is it an SQL file? Is it a binary? Who knows? But you then need to install MySQL. But don't forget to enable magic quotes on the API application. And if you're a PHP developer, you will also be cringing, feeling sick in your stomach. Magic quotes, for those of you who don't know, was a way that PHP would automatically escape strings before it went into things like database queries. Can you imagine where that might go wrong when your language is actually modifying strings for you without you knowing? That's good fun. Also, this only works on Windows 7. Perfect. So I thought, okay, we've got a good idea of what legacy code base is. We can laugh about it, it is fun. But things like this do actually exist in the wild, and we do have to deal with these kind of things. But what are the actual implications of managing legacy code bases? And I thought there's one person, not a person, there's one entity in this world who knows the answer to this better than anybody. Can anybody tell me who that was? I can hear people whispering ChatGPT. Find a case study that describes the depth of issues that can arise from managing legacy code. Surely ChatGPT knows. Well, ChatGPT does, and it actually found a case study by CoolLeaf. I don't know what they do. It doesn't actually matter what they do. Software is software, it does something. Some of it's legacy and some of it isn't. But they do have a logo of a leaf, and it does look kind of cool. So that works. So they basically went through and they decided, you know, what kind of things are we going to face when we migrate this application? And they said, look, we know that pretty much every single application in the world is going to face this issue of legacy code. The only time that an application cannot face legacy code issues is when it's new. But any application that's been around for a sufficient amount of time is going to have legacy issues. So one thing we know is it's going to slow down the project development. The team working there might not even be there. Remember Byron, who left like, I don't know, 10 years ago? So teams move on, and this institutional knowledge kind of shifts, and you don't actually know what's going on under the hood. Technology and practices have become outdated or obsolete. Again, that PHP 5 example before. Over time, the app evolves in an undesired way, getting bigger and scarier, and that's very true. We do see, especially these legacy applications are more monolithic in nature often. At least they're the ones that are harder to deal with. And finally, you end up with a monster app that becomes difficult to handle. So when they identified that these were all the issues that they were facing, they came up with a very Shakespearean, no, actually I translated it into Shakespearean. They came up with basically the decision we've all had to make. To refactor or not to refactor, that is the question. Whether it is nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of burdensome rewrites or take arms against the sea of legacy bugs and by cleaning end them. It's a question we all have to answer. Ideally, not in Shakespearean English. So, essentially what they worked out is that refactoring legacy code is going to be extremely time-consuming, and you may end up with an app unfit for release for months or 7 years. Now, I actually take a little bit of an exception to this statement. They say that refactoring code is extremely time-consuming. It is, but it doesn't have to be done in one go, right? So as I was looking through this, I was thinking, are they actually implementing a rewrite in the best way possible? There are many ways of doing it, and maybe for them, I don't know their exact situation. All I read was their report on how they did it. They wanted to help the community as well. You might end up with an app that's unfit, but ideally when you're doing this kind of rewrite, you're seeing along the way whether or not you're going in the right direction. So hopefully it'll still be fit for purpose. But one thing they did work out is that over the application's life cycle, they had made many good ideas. They also had some really bad ones. And again, this is what legacy apps are about, right? There are lots of decisions that were made in the past that, in Byron's case, we have no idea why he made that decision. And in some cases, like the documentation, it just hasn't been updated. It might not actually reflect the truth. Maybe it works on more than just Windows 7 now, but it didn't back then. So it's always hard to know whether what you're looking at is accurate. And also, you're going to end up with lots of dead code. How many times have you looked through files of functions and you're like, why is my IDE telling me this function is never called? So we've got lots of dead code issues, we've got lots of duplicated code issues, but the thing is that even with that dead code and the duplicated code, your application still works. So do you actually need to fix it? Well, for maintainability purposes and for adding new stuff in the future and for keeping up with the latest trends in technology and for not having to run Windows 7 anymore, yeah, you're probably going to have to make some changes. So they decided to come up with some core principles. First one was that they wrote it in Ruby on Rails, and they decided we're not going to add any more gems. They had identified they had a lot of dependencies, and they didn't like that. So they decided they weren't going to add any more gems. They decided they were going to redesign the architecture, and then they realized they didn't have an architecture, so they decided they were going to design the architecture. They were going to split the app into many. And this is a really good option if that's open to you, and we'll talk about that in a bit as well, about breaking it down into smaller chunks. Their plan was to remove all the unused code, clean the remaining code, do a repositories concept, and by this I think they were probably talking about repositories pattern, and then to use kind of like an abstraction layers, which is a little bit like the repositories pattern in terms of so repositories pattern, if you're not aware, is the way you handle data in your application. It's like a data access object, but it's a bit more specific about the way the data is actually used, so you can overlay more, I guess, business logic type stuff on top of that. But that's not actually that relevant to this talk, so I'll stop going there at a tangent. But what's missing from this, as I broke it down? I did actually, by the way, include the link there if anyone wants to look at their actual article that I've taken these bits of information from. But the thing that I found that was missing in the way they were talking about this was any sense of automating this. It seemed to be a very manual process. They were going to go through and manually get rid of all the dead code and then clean up the code. But they did actually say in the article that the most important thing is to provide the highest possible test coverage in order to test the changes immediately. And this is a really good idea when you're doing any kind of development, as I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir here, but especially when you're looking at legacy code, because Oftentimes you don't know what's going on under the hood. You might not understand the code. It might be so abstracted that it doesn't actually make sense. And you might be rewriting some parts of it as you, rather than copying the code over completely. And you want to make sure that it's still doing the same. And they had identified they didn't have enough testing. So testing is something that was important to them, but they didn't really call out the automation directly. So in analyzing what they wrote up, I thought, I don't actually know their code. I don't know all of their decisions, like I mentioned. It's just having looked at their public report about what they'd done. But I did wonder to myself, why are they cleaning all of the code to make it all readable? If we look at this is actually the source code for Sonar Cube. And if you have a look, we had 0.4 of a million lines of code back when we first wrote the application. And if you follow that red, I think it's red, orange or whatever, you follow that down to 2022, 0.0 something lines of code that were originally written 13 years ago still exist in that code base. Just in the last year, you can see that a lot of the code that was written in 2016 is now gone. So is it really worthwhile cleaning all of the code if you're probably not going to change it? Talking about changing code, maybe you can just do clean as you code. So as you make changes to a legacy application, you can just clean that little bit of information. And here's another interesting one. This is actually from GitHub's, I forget the name of the project, but if you're interested, come ask me afterwards when I can look it up. But they basically have analyzed a whole lot of code and how much of it changes. So you can see right at the beginning, none of the code has changed because it's new. And over time, the amount of code that existed at the beginning of the project keeps dropping. And after 5 years, only 37% of the old code is still in your application. So let's say you clean all of your code, and then 5 years later, 63% of that code is gone, and it hasn't been touched. Probably not actually worthwhile spending that time cleaning in the first place. You could save yourself 67% of your time and speed that process up at the beginning and get straight on to the actual migration part. And then I also wondered a lot about the aspects of the bottleneck caused by one person. They did say that going to a repository approach or the repository pattern would have to be done by one person. And essentially, like I said, the repository pattern is a different way of looking at data. So you are changing the underlying application quite heavily to use that data in different ways. But you can still do that in a modular process over time. You don't have to do it as a one big change. So not entirely sure why they chose to go that way. It could be because they were a small team. They did mention in the report that there were only a handful of developers, so maybe they didn't have enough developers to actually put multiple people onto that. And then, as I mentioned before, this is my tumbleweed. Automation, they hardly mentioned it. I believe they probably would have done more, but they didn't really mention it. So I thought, okay, we've got a good idea of how to identify legacy code and what kind of things you might want to change about it. Let's have a look at two side-by-side comparisons of organizations that have actually used a DevOps approach to modifying their code. So I went with Nationwide Building Society, they're a bank in the UK, and the United States Department of Agriculture, which is a department in the United States, and they like agriculture. That's kind of in the name. So I want to see where has DevOps played a pivotal role in existing migrations. So these slides are going to be very content heavy, but I'm going to take you through step by step because I wanted to do that kind of a comparison. And it's interesting to see where the differences are. So to start with, Nationwide realized they had, and these are the challenges they faced. So what were they trying to solve? They had slow release cycles. I think we can probably all identify with that. USDA also identified that they had slow release cycles. They couldn't respond to emerging challenges, whereas Nationwide wants to send updates out to customers quickly. So you can see already that the why is different, but the challenge they faced is still similar. Nationwide wanted to reduce their high operational costs. USDA wanted to change their maintenance costs. This is an interesting one. So they still want to save cost, but in terms of Nationwide, it's like, how much does it cost to maintain legacy code? Whereas USDA wants to make the maintenance easier. If I can make an assumption, which I'm about to do, I imagine what's happening here is that Nationwide are a bank, right? What they want to do is they want to make sure their application scales, they want to make sure that they can innovate, and that's one of the points they mention in a second. USDA is a government organization, and they're more interested in, they might have legacy applications that they can't completely migrate. They might be dependent on some of those old things. So what they want to do is to make sure that the maintenance of those existing applications is not going to keep skyrocketing. So again, the why is different, but the underlying challenge is still there. They both were concerned about scalability. Interestingly, Nationwide, being a bank, wanted to help customer demand, whereas the USDA, being a government department, wanted to adopt to changes in whatever it is that they're interested in this case, fields and tractors. They both wanted to know about Nationwide, interestingly, USDA didn't specify this in their whatever. They didn't mention the security aspect of it. Banks are very interested in security compliance, whereas USDA was more interested in how they can use all the data they're gathering and use it in a more useful way across departments, because all of their information was siloed. So they used DevOps in order to transform their applications. They both found that automating build testing and deployment was a good idea, so they both did that. They both saw that CI/CD would allow more frequent and reliable releases, so they both did that. Interestingly, USDA decided that CI/CD was going to be their ability to reduce manual errors and deployment times, whereas Nationwide attributed that to the automation part of it. But I guess they're both part of the same thing, right? Real-time monitoring, a big part of DevOps that is often in the dev app world, not spoken about often enough. But Nationwide wants to make improvements to their application because they provide a service to end users, whereas the USDA wants to make improvements to system reliability because their end users are very different. Their end users apparently are fields and tractors. Nationwide were very interested in security and compliance, and as were USDA, but again, the difference there is that the bank was interested in compliance, USDA was interested in fixing vulnerabilities. Different whys, same purpose. And they both realized that there was obviously the whole DevOps thing, bringing teams together and everybody's happy, kumbaya, sit around a fire and roast some marshmallows and we're all happy and we understand what's going on left to right and we can address issues faster. So those are obviously good things. But interestingly, again, there's the differences here. Nationwide were interested in breaking down into microservices. They saw this as a great way to scale. Whereas the USDA was looking more as infrastructure as code. I'm pretty sure Nationwide use infrastructure as code. I mean, why wouldn't they? But it wasn't a key outcome for them. Whereas for the USDA it was. So what were the actual results? They reduced release cycles, and they could roll out features faster. Again, same for both. Reduced operational costs and reduced maintenance costs. Again, I talked about why I think that is, but it's interesting to see how different organizations look at the value and what value that brings to them or to their customers. They scaled individual components independently. This is going to the microservices that they were really excited about. So they didn't have to scale everything up, they could just scale where the demand was. Whereas USDA were very interested in scaling up systems and down to accommodate the programs. That was more on a whole scale perspective. They both enjoyed improved application security. USDA wanted fewer breaches, and the bank wanted regulatory compliance. And increased customer satisfaction and innovation was important to the bank, whereas the USDA, better data integration and better communication within teams was more important. So it's fun to see how these different aspects are important to different kinds of customers. So, with the last few minutes I have, I just want to go through the kind of considerations you might want if you've got a legacy application that you need to maintain and how DevOps can help. So, first thing you need to do is play the Choose Your Own Adventure game. Are you going to refactor or rewrite? A lot of these are going to be very similar, but there'll be some things in the rewrite that are different to the refactor, insofar as a rewrite is essentially starting a brand new project that does the same thing as the old one. So it's like starting a brand new project that doesn't have an old version, right? You've got things you've got to align to. But essentially, automating feedback, testing, clean code, vulnerability scanning, security auditing. If you haven't spoken to them already, we've got 3 sponsors outside who do exactly that. So now I have 3 products that will help you with that as well. There you go. Using containers for all technologies. So a lot of these things are things we do on new projects anyway, but I don't want to set up a Windows 7 machine, so I'm going to containerize that. I want to be able to build and destroy the application within minutes because I'm probably going to break something because it's a legacy application. And if I can roll back without having actually to manually roll back, and I can just be like, you know what, destroy it and rebuild, much easier as a developer. And it helps both new applications and existing applications, making it possible to develop from anywhere is really useful. Using containers for scaling, I've already mentioned that in one case, you might just want to scale horizontally, but that the bank nationwide found it really advantageous to be able to scale at a microservice level. They might need to add some more API endpoints and databases, but the web app might have been fine. Use orchestration for reliability. Again, this is definitely preaching to the choir. You would do this for a new project as well as an old project. But basically, we're making it easier to onboard people to get into the application and speed up the deployment into testing and production and get all of that stuff. Oh yeah, ease of rollback. That's always fun. The most important thing that I think is useful from a developer perspective, and this is from my perspective of having been a developer and a solutions architect, and not so much from the DevOps perspective. As a developer, I really love integrations that a lot of these toolings will bring into my IDE. I want immediate feedback as soon as I get things. And automating things through a CI/CD pipeline is great because I can look at that report, but if I can get that pushed directly into my IDE while I'm developing, even if it's a cloud-based check of some sort, that's really valuable. So again, we're benefiting from shift left. We know all of this already. We can use the tools to monitor the new code quality, see whether or not the changes we're making are actually going to pass muster. And we get the results right to the desktop, like I say. The last thing I want you to think about is as you're developing, and this is not really so much of a DevOps thing, but more of a great way of determining whether or not the migration option that you're going through is working, is to deploy both applications and run them in tandem. You know that the old application is going to give you the right information. You don't know that the new one does, but you do know that the new one is the code you want to run. So you automate all the deployments. That's great. Put an API gateway in to, or just a web gateway, really, to proxy those requests and log to detect anomalies. And by that I mean if you've got a request that comes in and you send it to a load balancer, and you send it both to the old application and the new application, you can then send the known good response back to the user or whatever, and you can log the two results, and if they differ, you know there's a bug. And on that gem, I'd like to thank you for your time. I think I went a couple of minutes over, so I don't know if I've got time for questions. But thanks for your time. I hope it's been useful to you. If you want to talk to me more about this in the break as well, do come and have a chat with me. I'd love to talk more about your migration woes. Thanks.
Awesome. So we do run a little bit late, but maybe one or two questions as they come in. This one came in the middle of your talk, actually. So excellent. How effective can AI be at aiding us in refactoring legacy code?
Oh, the AI question. I love that because that's changing so much at the moment. Look, I think AI is really good at helping developers in general. Refactoring, I've put in things like turn this PHP into Java, or take this PHP and clean it up so that it's better for PHP 8 or whatever. I think that AI tools are becoming a lot better at doing that, but I still don't think we're at the point where we can rely on it. We still need developers to have an eye on the code. I think, though, ask me again in 2 years, or maybe even 1 year, that might change very rapidly.
Right, thank you so much. We're not getting any other more questions, so
they probably want to talk on the break. Everybody wants a coffee, right?
That's probably it. Yes. So let's. But not yet, though.
Did I win?
I mean, half past 4. Yeah, I'm very sure actually. But thank you for checking. No, so 4:30 we'll be back here for all of the raffles, including yours, Peter. It will be raffled out. Thank you so much again.
Thank you.
And let's do one more round of Open Spaces / coffee talk to Ben. Yeah?
Let's do it.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Oh baby, I wanted you to be here inside my arms where the night goes down. Oh baby, I wanted you to be here when the sun comes up and the day goes by.
All right. Hello? All right. Okay. That's the end.
It is the end, my
Yeah.
friend.
Okay, yeah.
I hope that, yeah, wow. Really hoping everyone had a good time, had a good last open space or hallway track conversation. I know that the chicken open space was a great success.
It always is.
You really missed out there. Just saying.
The chicken open space is always great.
Yeah.
All right. So we've got a few closing slides. Want to mention the meetup again. We're doing meetups every 6 weeks. So if you've got a company that wants to host, if you have a talk, you want to showcase something, maybe you're a new speaker, a smaller audience than like a huge room as this is maybe a little bit more comfortable, reach out to us, join the meetup, and we can see each other more often. All right. You want to take this one?
I would love to take this one. We want to thank our venue host here at the High Tech Campus. So if I can get Sandra and Janine to join me on stage, maybe potentially. Yes, there they are. Are you getting in? We got you a little something, and also AV crew, hi. We got you something too, but I will bring it to you later, yeah? Is that a good idea? Yes, that's a good idea.
I see 2 thumbs up.
Thank you so much for all of your care.
All right, but before we go to the sponsor raffle, we've been using Slido both days. A lot of awesome questions we've seen, a lot of interesting topics to reflect upon, but we saw one name a lot, with a lot of good questions. So there's one attendee we want to highlight in particular, and that's, I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly.
Kira.
Kira
I hope that
Hameleers.
Kira is still in the room.
Yeah, for just asking the best questions.
And that's, I think, the best attitude towards any conference participation. Just ask many questions.
All right, and then we have, I think, 4 sponsors wanting to raffle away some stuff. Let's start with Contrast Security again.
So I have a nice little spinning wheel here. So you can see that it's actually happening. And then I check, and then I find a number in a sheet. It's spinning. It's spinning for a long time. 11. Joppe van den Broek.
Does Joppe need to be here?
Yeah, Joppe needs to be here. So Joppe is very unlucky.
Too bad, Joppe.
So let's try it again. Are you guys busy today? It's going to take a while now. Number 8. Pinkston Ruben. Nice.
They left? What? I can take it if you want. Yeah, no.
Number 13. Let's see.
Yeah, I feel like this is a repeat of the bingo last night.
It's Waal El Ochi.
I think there's a clause in the sponsorship contract that if, like the third person isn't there, it just falls back to the organizers, right?
I didn't read that, but yeah. Number 9. Let's see. Tristan van Looy.
Oh my
Oh.
God.
Ideally, you kind of pick now 5 numbers, right? But that doesn't work in the spinning wheel. Oh, I think it does. 38, let's see. Mustafa Ghazali.
Oh my God, no. Done. Can I just like...
Ja. Roy Jansen.
Roy Jansen? Is it like... Okay. This is getting...
Ja.
It's a name...
Do it again.
Do it again?
Adrian Yankov. It's a colleague of yours, right? Can't you bring it to Adrian? Is that fair, Floor? What do you think? Otherwise, we're here until...
They're looking at me like, oh,
Yeah.
well, we know all of these guys.
Oh, no, it's not allowed.
Just throw it. That's what you say.
Number 5. Björn van der Dungen.
Okay, ask a really tough security question, and then the person who answers the right way first is the one. Yeah, tough security question.
Explain SQL injection. Very good. Come over.
All right. Segeka should be here as well. Jumbo. No. Okay. A to B actually did the raffle at lunchtime already. So then Orca. They left. Okay.
Excellent.
Well, the thing that's not left is these raffle prizes. So we've got a bunch of people that filled the thing out. Just as a reminder, only regular attendees are eligible. So speakers, sponsors, organizers, volunteers are not. So we'll check your badge when you collect your prize. So we'll start with the insect collection. Nick, do you want to do the honors?
What happens if someone...
Then we draw the next name. Yeah. Tristan van Looy. Yannick at vlogs.dev.
Nee, also already calls at the next last one. Continue.
Yeah. All right. Congratulations. Okay, so the next we're drawing for is the Viking Village.
Which one? The Viking Village? Awesome.
Yes.
So the one that is on the sheet here is Jana Gurke. Yay!
And then for the grand prize, the Back to the Future Lego set. How many pieces? 1,872 pieces. So that will take you a while, I hope.
All right, from Hacker1, Martsen.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, then we'll be sending out a sponsor survey probably next week. Please fill it out. And one final remark from us, we'll have a happy hour here at the main area for, well, about an hour. So please enjoy and hopefully see you there. And see you next time.